Okay, everything should be good. We're going to see how this goes. Alright, how y'all doing? I was hit by a car. That's not good. It's a colitis, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay is the best word for it. Second 500-hour story. It kind of is. If you want to reread Ghost Frontline 1, just use the viewer, the cutscene viewer. I feel better, but I'm not 100%. I still have a cough, so I don't know how that's gonna work out with today's stream. We're just gonna roll with it. It's been too long since I did anything, and I want to get back in the swing of things. Just that this was just a bad gimmick for something like this to happen. Not today. I want to play it safe. I'll try to do it on Tuesday, since there shouldn't be anything happen on Tuesday. Xiaohui water unit thoughts? Not much thought. She's not a great character. Like strictly meta, she's not really anything worth talking about. She's an okay character, but we're getting Springfield soon, very soon. It's not really any insight they announced already. It's gonna be Springfield. And Springfield is the Hydro enabler, and also the best support in the game. And we already have Tololo, who gets enabled super hard with Springfield. Those two are the duo for Hydro. And that's just a matter of... And everyone else just has to support them. But Xiaohui doesn't really have a place, unless you want to use her movement. But if you want to use... You already have like a lot of good movement options. So unless you really need like a water movement option, you're not really going to have Xiaohui for anything. She has a cool moveset, honestly. I like her moveset a lot. I enjoy movement-based characters, but unfortunately, this game doesn't really reward you for having movement besides specific maps. Since most of the time you fight in a square, a giant rectangular square with very little obstacles. So moving characters don't really get fully utilized. It's why Diana's still the best one out of all the movement characters, because she does most damage. The AA-12 get much time with Commander and Ghost Frontline 1? No, not really. She had a lot more in Project NeuroCloud, but I don't really know the details of Project NeuroCloud. She's not one I looked into. Well, Electro is the best right now in China, but you have to wait for Leva to come out because she's the one that kind of brings everything together. No loan shark, that's amusing. Okay, I'm gonna give like 4 more minutes and then we'll start. At least it seems like to me there's nothing wrong with the stream or the translator or anything like that, so we should be good to go. Only 4 more minutes for people to roll in, and then it's go time. Yeah, I don't know how long this is, but I'm still recovering from my cold, so I'll probably be low energy for this entire narration. Just letting you guys know ahead of time. But yeah, let's still try to have fun. With the new difficulty, 416 actually got nerfed pretty hard. Yeah, I got beverages ready. It's not water, but it's close enough. It's like 0 sugar Gatorade. New dolls are getting shafted. I mean, Sharkery is still meta, even though she's a day 1 doll. So she is an outlier. Sharkery shot the parry, yes she did. Story is very easy unless you want to do the hard version of it. Basically, if you turn this on, you can make it a hard mode, and it scales up to your commander level. And this is the part where the maps are actually pretty challenging, I would say. You can't just auto it with Klukai because they actually put like 90% corrosion resistance on everything. So Klukai can't actually kill anything. She's literally goes to bottom tier. It's pretty funny. Green zone. KYI 09 Sally City, Suburban. In the villa area shrouded in mist, the Frost Descent team is under the command of Guanju, I'm going to say that, carrying out the battle cleaning process after the mission is completed. 4 pairs of tactical boots graze over the scattered mechanical parts on the lawn, making intermittent and fine noises. Wow, what a big estate and swimming pool. No wonder they buy so many machines to keep an eye on their homes. Are all the wealthy people living in villa areas so wealthy? Even if we have more money, we won't be able to make it into our hands. It took several days to receive a security task, but the opponent was only a few household machines. If I kill this kind of thing, I'll be enough alone. Lin, Cheetah, don't complain. Guanju opens the schedule list and verifies each item and number on it one by one. There are still 10 minutes left until the task delivery, indicating that there is room for optimization in our combat plan. Starting from Tololo, each region will report the recycling situation to me in order. Received. There are a total of 6 mechanical units in Zone A, and the power core fragments have been cleaned up. Zone B has been cleaned up. Just a piece of cake to make a move this day. Of course, there's no problem here in Zone C. But to be honest, does Griffin now even have to take on the responsibility of cleaning the estates of wealthy people? I feel like this can already be counted as after-sales service. Although there is no explicit requirement in the contract, the scope of the task still falls within the residential area. It is reasonable for us to be responsible for clearing the battlefield. Moreover, I believe that these details are related to future cooperation intentions and are part of demonstrating sincerity. Huh. I really hope employers can understand the captain's good intentions. This way, the recent order quantity will not be so dismal. That is to say, even though our team has good service, high efficiency, and only took over this day, not choosing us is their loss. If loss refers to not being able to be dismantled by your explosive toys, then the other party really escaped a disaster. No, it's not that exaggerated. At most, it's only exploded 5, 6, 7, or 8 times. Captain, the reason for the recent decrease in order has been identified. Cheetah. Oh, Captain, don't listen to Lin's nonsense. My invention is still quite reliable in the vast majority of cases. Cheetah defiantly stretched out her arms and drew a big shape to protest. The sunlight seeped through the gap and shone into the nearby grass, reflecting a faint golden hue. Feeling the wave of light coming from her eyes, Tololo couldn't help but pause for a moment. Tololo, what's wrong? There seems to be something in the grass. It's the first time Tololo appears in Major Event. This is the first time everyone appears in Major Event. This whole group. Tololo crouched down and pulled out an ID card from the bottom of the machine. The small card is glowing with golden light, and the patterns on the card surface are slowly flowing with the light. Huh? If I'm not mistaken, wouldn't this texture be... Cheetah, don't move around. Don't worry, Captain. I'm just doing a small test and won't cause any damage. Look at it. Cheetah poked out half of her head from behind Tololo and poked the card with her tactical dagger. The honeycomb-like patterns on the card's surface were cut open by a sharp blade and gradually blended back into their original form. The pattern surprisingly repaired automatically. How about it? Isn't it amazing? The material is called liquid memory alloy, also known as liquid gold, which is a patent recently announced by the Girard Group. Don't be fooled by its small size. The material cost alone is enough to buy 10 tactical units, and enough for us to enjoy delicious food for a while. The valuable part is probably not the materials used, it's the technology. Anyway, are these all personal belongings of the employer? We don't have the right to dispose of it. It's not necessarily true. It was found under the iron block. Maybe even the employer hasn't seen it. Moreover, leaving valuable items here casually would make us look unprofessional. Anyway, Captain, we should be able to take it back first, right? As a professional PMC, our goal should be to establish long-term trust with our clients, rather than coveting an unexpected wealth. But safeguarding valuable items is indeed considered a form of service optimization. Exactly. It's almost time. Quan Ju turned around and dialed the familiar communication. Hellion, this is Quan Ju. The Frosty Scent team, I know that's a different name, but I don't remember it right now, has knocked down all defense machinery that has lost control according to mission requirements, and all fragments of the power core have been recovered. I think the employer should be able to move in with peace in mind now. I think it's Frostfall, actually. The rustling sound of paper flipping came from the communication terminal. Hellion's voice seemed to be a bit deeper than usual. I got it. In addition, we also found an ID card with unknown function during the recycling process. Due to the high material value of the cards, should we first keep them on our behalf and then return them to the client? Well, this plan is indeed quite appropriate. Quan Ju, I am very confident in your decision because you have always considered everything thoroughly. I can see all the efforts you led the Frostfall team to make for Griffin. You have been working hard all along. Let's treat the recent period as a vacation for now. Vacation? That's to say, the next few commissions? The sound of flipping the paper stopped, and Hellion let out a soft sigh. At this moment, Cheetah's exclamation intercepted her answer. No, it's not good, Captain. These iron heads are moving again. Protocol activation. System restart. Target recognizing module loaded successfully. Attack, command, execute immediately. Hellion, the situation has changed. Out of control machinery unexpectedly restarted. We must deal with it immediately. However, in this way, this order may be prioritize ensuring the safety of the team and take all necessary measures if necessary. Understand? Or understood? Ending the communication, Quan Ju immediately issued instructions to the Frostfall team. Cheetah to Lolo, join me in suppressing the front row. Lin, concentrate your firepower to clear those ranged targets. Pay attention to ammunition consumption. Focus on point firing and completely destroy these out-of-control machines. Start taking action. Alright. I probably should grab some coffee. With a gunshot, the last defense mechanism exploded from the middle, shattering into a pile of scattered pieces. Lynn deftly withdrew the gun, peeled off a lollipop, and casually rubbed her shoulder that had been grazed by the explosion fragments. It's really frustrating to be hit by something like this. Oh? I noticed a long time ago that Lynn, your pain parameters are quite sensitive. What kind of masochist are you if you don't turn off your pain module during battle? In the case of insufficient sugar supplementation, the body will become bulky, and using pain sensation to improve reaction speed is not a big deal. Lynn awkwardly shifted her gaze. What should be more concerned about now than these machines? Why did they suddenly go crazy? I'll get coffee if I want to. Maybe later. Before restarting, these machines had some sounds similar to commands. It felt more like chaos caused by the program level. But we clearly broke through the power core, which is equivalent to directly cutting off the power supply. There's no reason to start it again, right? Unless the core can self-repair. Ah. The four dolls seem to have realized something at the same time. It's liquid gold, which means it's a product from the Gerard group. Tololo walked into the wreckage of the machinery, flipped it over, and carefully examined its interior. Confirmation of prefix encoding G and L beta, not a common model in the market. We have also searched through Gerard's product list and did not find any similar styles. It seems like this model is not publicly available for sale. So it's those wealthy people who got toys from internal channels again? It is possible that this beta model, which has not been officially released, has some program bugs that are also normal. Moreover, it is not surprising that it comes from the hands of the Gerard group. Does it refer to what happened at Kalina's place a while ago? Well, the mechanical riots in the state of Odessa have had a significant impact, and Gerard has already paid a large amount of liquidated damages and compensation, causing the stock price to plummet. Okay, so this happened after deep dive. Or not deep dive, deep oblivion. It's after that. In addition, with the death of Ruick in the plane crash and the support of the group for the appointment of a new chairman, at this time, even the senior branch of Gerard is in a state of panic. There have been several reports of mechanical runaways this month, which are speculated to be related to the broken funding chain and internal management chaos of the Gerard group. The third one, including us this time, is the fourth one. Tololo turned on the terminal switch, and a holographic projection of starry sky instantly appeared in front of everyone. Accompanied by the tinkling sound of keyboard typing, a news video was played on the screen. Woo 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 woo. Oh, woo 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 woo. Dad, Mom, my eyes hurt so much. The kindergarten destroyed by machinery is emitting thick smoke, revealing that children's eyes have turned red from the smoke. Half of the wall stands alone in a corner, with scattered bullet holes faintly discernible on the wall. In front of the piece of wasteland, a neatly dressed spokesperson for Gerard is giving a speech to reporters. I am Yakov Holtz, the representative of the Development Department of Gerard Group. To all families affected by this incident, on behalf of the Gerard Group, I offer our sincerest apologies to the victims and their families. After preliminary investigation, we found that the robot was attacked by an unknown source of virus before going to berserk. There is currently sufficient evidence to suggest that this is a malicious act of sabotage against the Gerard Group. Here, I solemnly declare to all sectors of society, we will make every effort to investigate this incident and will not give the criminals any opportunity to take advantage of it. Please rest assured that Gerard Group always puts user safety first. We will hold a separate press conference to explain the subsequent handling situation. Ignoring the lengthy speech of the spokesperson for Gerard, Tololo pressed the close button. I haven't heard the actual compensation plan, so there are plenty of excuses to shift responsibility. Didn't you say before that it was a technical vulnerability? Now it's said to be an external attack. Isn't it clear that it's just trying to take oneself clean? But if someone really maliciously implants the virus, there may be even more people affected. Captain, should we continue investigating this commission? Fat dude. Don't worry, he's just special, that's all. Don't worry, he's sick too. After a moment of contemplation, Kwanju shook her head. We don't have much ammunition for this, so it's no longer suitable to get involved with such disputes. And Kwanju didn't say anything further. But from her expression, all the team members understood the second half of the hesitant sentence. And now they are no longer backed by the dominant Griffin family of the past. Since the end of the war, the demand for PMCs from various forces and the public have sharply decreased, and Griffin is also facing the dilemma of being forced to split and reorganize. The clients who had established stable cooperative relationships in the past almost interrupted their cooperation with Griffin in various ways. Although the Frostfall team has accumulated some fixed customer sources through their efforts over the years, there are still situations where there are no orders available from time to time. Losing their precious commander and bidding farewell to their human companions fighting side by side, what they can do now is actually very limited. The Frostfall squad is not unaware of this. Even if we take different paths before the fork in the road, at least we are still alive and have shared memories. At least until the commander gets tired of being stranded in the Yellow Zone, there is still such a place that can be called home. Even if there is only one reason left, they will try their best to keep Griffin alive. Only occasionally, they will still feel a little powerless due to a situation where they can only stay out of it. Sensing this disappointment of the team members, Kwanju slightly softened her tone. Time to build mother base. Suppose the word tomorrow is Frankfurt. It's probably all the above, to be honest, like all the Gross Frontline one. Because honestly, that was all like one big continuous thing. I will record the risk intelligence in the task report. Even if nothing can be done at this stage, it will come in handy in the future. It's not that you can't do anything, right? The Frostfall team got up and walked towards the return car, leaving behind Lynn, who slowed down and connected the data interface to the machine, copying an internal data message. Although I don't know what use it is yet, let's keep a copy for now. Suddenly tits. Were the early days to see in Ghostline 2 the events were voiced? Only the main story was voiced back then. They weren't able to keep up. Yeah, they planned to have everything voiced, but then everything went to shit. So they've been very inconsistent on their promise to have everything voiced. They can slow down on the events a bit. They probably can't, to be honest. They had to keep the money flow. Green Zone at night in the Griffin Building conference room. The Frostfall team is conducting a routine review meeting. Yeah, I muted myself when I coughed. The post-war review meeting has just ended, and there are still temporary additional discussion meetings to be held. As QJ spoke, she casually flicked Tololo's headband, pulling Tololo's thoughts back from the starry night sky outside the window. Although the captain, who adheres to the policy of not working overtime, thanks for the money, by the way, I already know. I believe it is necessary to discuss the future development direction of the Frostfall team together. Let's take a look at this first. As QJ operated the terminal, a red and green table was displayed on the screen. This is our team's income and expedition record. Maybe I should meet myself more, that way you guys donate more. Like just meet for 5 minutes and not get $200. Well, the green one represents the income of the past month, and the red one represents expenses. How can that be? Last month we received quite a few commissions. Why are there so many red ones? What's the highest expenditure item? Composition liability. The task number RD04003045, the client's villa was damaged due to an explosion caused by the team. and the residential gate was deformed by the impact, resulting in the client having to climb through the window to go home. Pay 4 times the competition liability. I don't know what's get your attention. I have chat up. I can read chat. The task number... Oh yeah, I already wrote that. Yeah. Hold on. Pay 3 times the competition liability. Oh no, they're repeating themselves. Task number that the client's furniture was damaged due to an explosion caused by the team, and the client has filed a double claim. Pay 5 times the compensation liability. Thanks for the follow. Oh, that's not a follow. Oh, thanks for the membership. Oh, you renewed your membership? Thanks, Dylan. I appreciate it. Seems that one of our geniuses has made significant contributions. What? Is it okay for Lynn to say something about me? Half of it was definitely damaged by your impulsive firing. Let's leave your questions for later. Based on the current income and expenditure situation, Griffin will have a deficit in available funds next month, and our corresponding living supplies will also be reduced. What about the candy procurement budget? No. Cheetah and Lynn agreeing almost simultaneously. No. It could have been handled normally, but the order reception this month was already poor, and the remaining orders have now been put on hold. So in order to avoid further deterioration of the situation, we need to find a solution to the financial crisis as soon as possible. So let's sell this Gene's invention for money? Cheetah invention, absolutely original, fair to all, guaranteed to be a rare commodity that even wealthy merchants in the white area cannot buy. Why would a wealthy businessman buy this thing and commit suicide? Hey, Nacho. That's right, the product safety is too worrying. Rejected. What? Or we can try to undertake some private commissions. The source of the task and the level of risk cannot be evaluated, therefore it is rejected. Speaking of which, doesn't the logistics department still have some heavy materials? That's a good emote. The helicopters and large tugboats are not necessary at our current mission level. Heavy materials are still an important guarantee for responding to emergency situations and cannot be easily disposed of. Rejected. Oh, none of this or that works. Where else can I exchange money for? By the way, what about the ID card I got back before? Helene has confirmed that with the employer that, as the client has not claimed it, it has been handed over to Griffin for disposal. That's perfect. Let's sell it to a dark merchant. Didn't Cheetah say that this thing is very valuable? More or less enough to hold on for a while? Rejected. Even this one needs to be rejected? Is the dark market information reported in the Griffin system? Black market, yeah. No, the black merchant doesn't have a fixed base. How can we report it? Can we use public platforms for trading? If possible, then it wouldn't be a black merchant. No, now would it? So, there are too many risk factors. Rejected. Looking at the team members who were a bit off the line in front of her, QJ felt a headache. Although she had long anticipated that seeking a solution would be difficult, the meeting did not make any progress and still exceeded her expectations. The current positioning of the Frostfall team is too vague. Because we take on all tasks, it makes it difficult for us to grab orders from our peers. Simply focusing on optimizing service details is not enough. QJ sighed slightly and gave up the idea of continuing the discussion. And that's all for today's meeting. I will discuss with Hellion again and see if there are any resources left that can be used. End the meeting. Meeting is adjourned. Half an hour later. In the quiet corridor, a figure appeared, somewhat anxious due to insomnia. Although I can understand the captain's intention, I'm a bit too cautious. Both the Grosso squad and the 404 squad have helped the commander, and there is also Leva and her team assisting on Kalina's side. Only when we stay honestly in a green zone and worry about our livelihood with fear in our hands and feet, I always feel very uncomfortable. Anyway, while the captain is still in a meeting with Hellion, get the ID card first and then talk about it. After making up her mind, Lynn pushed open the door to Hellion's office, I guess that's supposed to say. What is presented in the visual module is somewhat unexpected scene. Is anyone here? The moonlight illuminated the corner of the desk through the window, and a sneaky figure was crouching there as if searching for something. Huh? After confirming that the thing swaying around the thief's head was a beret, Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. She walked quietly behind the figure and slapped her on the shoulder. Hello, Cheetah. Hey! Startled by the sudden slap, Cheetah hurriedly crouched down with her head in her arms. The keeper is sorry. I didn't mean to come here to steal anything. Please give me a machine to reform myself. Don't scream. It's not Hellion, it's me. Huh? Cheetah turned around and chuckled at Lind. So it's Lind. He startled me. Why are you here? Just thinking about it. You already know. Oh, so Lind's like me. Wants to take out her ID card and sell it, right? Congratulations to you and a genius brain for obtaining the hard-earned same frequency. Didn't I propose this plan first? And if you need to find the ID card, you should also go there. Right. Lynn pointed to the password box hidden behind the door. Oh? When did the keeper transfer the box to that location? It's not important. Anyway, our genius can now come into play. You should have something that can unlock the password lock, right? Take it out and have a look. Yes, of course, just a password box. It can be completed in just 3 seconds this day. Cheetah takes out a unlocking device from her pocket and attaches it to the locked cylinder. 3, 2, 1. From what I understand, they're trying to make money, so they want to sell an ID card that they found. but they had to go to a black market to do so. So QJ rejected that idea because it's too risky. But Lynn and Cheetah are like, nah, we're gonna sell it because we need money. With the sound of the lock spring popping up, the door of the box was opened by the two people, and the ID card with a shimmering light was lying quietly on the inside of the box. How about it? Have you been shocked by this genius's invention? Isn't it powerful? Oh, impressive. Lynn nodded and put the ID card into the pocket on the side of her waist. She walked straight towards the door, leaving Cheetah stunned in place. Did you just take it away without discussing it with me? And your attitude is too perfunctory, isn't it? I was the one who opened the lock. Oh, hello. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Think and admire this genius. Shush. Lynn raised her index finger and made a silent gesture towards Cheetah. Then she waved her hand to signal her to follow. Anyway, it's mostly the two of us who's causing this trouble, so let's solve it together. Solve what? Solving the problem of money. Isn't the purpose of making this thing just to sell money? There's a black merchant I knew before who happened to be in the old place today. Come with me. We'll see how this goes. This track again. This track is getting some overtime usage. Cheetah followed Len to the back alley located in the Yellow District. The streetlights at the corner of the alley occasionally emitted a sizzling electric current sound, and various wine bottles and household waste are piled up on the ground, emitting a putrid smell mixed with expired alcohol and food residues. Wow, is this what you mean by old place? Is there really anyone here who can afford liquid gold? Dark merchants are always lurking anywhere. Why make such a fuss about it? Instead of worrying about finding a buyer, it's better to think about whether there might be bandits suddenly appearing. Lynn reached into her waist pocket, and the hard touch of her fingertips calmed her mind softly. Don't worry, we're still powerful dolls. How could someone without eyes snatch us over? However, speaking of which, how did Lynn come into contact with this black merchant? The invention materials you usually need, especially those with peculiar names, can only be purchased through informal channels. You didn't know until today, did you? Huh? So it turns out this black merchant has really helped us a lot. I suddenly became full of confidence in the upcoming transaction. After you said that, I started to lose confidence. Standing in front of the neon sign with the words bar on it, Lynn stopped in her tracks. Okay, this is it. As we agreed, I would go and connect with the black merchant, and you will be responsible for guarding the perimeter. Huh? Is it certain that this kind of work that requires negotiation will not be handed over to the beloved genius? At least I've made a few transactions before, so it's always more convenient for me to bargain. Your mouth is enough to spread the word. Passing through the narrow alley, a rusty door appeared in front of Lynn. She lightly knocked on the door, and soon a slightly guarded face peeked out from the crack in the door. The other person quickly exchanged a glance with Lind. Then she nodded and gestured for her to enter. Huh. A lively bar is different from a lifeless neighborhood. A few thugs are sitting at the table, drinking beer, the huge bodies pressing down on the wooden chairs, making creaking sounds. Those are some weak-ass chairs. Lynn seems to have anticipated the scene earlier. She walked straight to the bar and sat down next to a man wearing a duck-billed cap. Long time no see. Although communicating with the dark merchant, Lynn's gaze did not turn towards this person, but leisurely stared at the wine cabinet in front of her. You look really recognizable.
It seems like today is a good day and we have good business to deliver to our doorstep. Let me think. When was the last time I saw this friend?
It seems to have a long way to go, but let's skip it. I didn't come here specifically to listen to you reminisce. There is something that should be considered relatively rare. I hope you can get it. Lynn said, opening the top cover of her waist bag and revealing a corner of her ID card. You should be interested in the new patent of the Gerard Group, right? The evil grunt voice is back, and better than ever. At the moment, a senior ID card, the black merchant's figure visibly paused, but returned to normal in the next second. He brought Lynn to the corner table, took off his duckbill cap, and revealed his gloomy face.
Liquid memory alloy is indeed rare, and it's a bit troublesome to make a move. However, as long as the price is reasonable, there is always no shortage of people who want to get it. The premise is that the thing is fine.
You want to inspect the goods, just say it directly. With a soft snort, Lynn places the ID card in her bag on the table and pushed it in front of the black merchant. The black merchant picked up the ID card, carefully examined it under the dim light, and then pulled out the small knife hidden around his waist. The blade slowly slid over the card, and the honeycomb-like patterns on the card surface shimmered. The dark merchant nodded knowingly.
It is indeed liquid gold. How many do you want?
That's all for now. Seeing Lynn's gestured numbers, the black merchant did not immediately give an answer, but fell into contemplation. The card in his hand lightly tapped against the hardwood tabletop, making a thumping sound.
Rare goods usually have value in the bag. Unfortunately, I currently do not have enough cash on me to fully pay for this transaction.
What do you mean? You want credit?
No, I meant to say, if there's a 10-minute grace period, I can immediately ask for my subordinate to gather some. But as a businessman, I fully understand the principle that time is money, so whether to trade or not depends on your choice, miss.
After finishing his sentence, the hell is that name? I guess his name is Anshang. Anshang quietly waited for Lynn's response. If it's just 10 minutes, I don't really care.
Thank you for your trust.
After receiving a satisfactory response, the secret merchant showed an imperceptible smile, and then knocked on the table. The thug sitting at the door stood up in response. His huge body squeezed out of the door, and squeezed iron door made a creaking and mournful sound. Later, the black merchant snapped his fingers, and a steaming cup of coffee was brought to Lind. The sweetness of the double caramel slightly relaxed her restless nerves. This seems to be my first time selling something to you, right? Unexpectedly, you were quite happy when you gave the money.
I am never stingy as long as the goods are worth it. This is my consistent principle as a businessman.
So, last time I saw you, you seemed to be alone, but now you have subordinates. Is this the secret to expanding your business?
After all, I have been struggling in the yellow area for so many years, and it's only natural to have some helpers. But if I have to say it, that's not the secret to doing big business.
Hey Heike, how's it going?
It is profit first.
Scattered footsteps echoed in the alley, gradually approaching towards the direction of the bar. Lynn followed the sound and looked out the window, where several figures of the Viagra gang? It's either Varangian or Viagers. I'm not too sure. Flash past.
Especially for a business that killed two birds with one stone. No businessman would refuse.
The crisp sound of loading echoed from behind. Lynn turned around, and a fierce smile hung on the corner of Anne Shang's mouth. The black barrel of the gun was pointed at her forehead. The Viagra gang. At the same time, Chia's communication information came just in time. Hello, can you hear me? It seems that a few number of the... I don't think that's right. I don't think that's Viagra. Because usually they have a different translation for that. You know, I'm about to say vagina gang. I'm not too sure. Varangian gang have gone to the bar with weapons. Please be alert. Is it through the port signal? Hello? Oh wait, it is Viagers. Okay, yeah, it is Viagers. It's that an Angian at the end. So yeah. Linda, Viager gang has rushed into the tavern. Be careful of any conflict. What a timely report, Cheetah. The group of Viangarians gang forcibly rushed into the tavern and surrounded Lynn with several guns. Ignoring the repeating, "Hey, can you hear me?" in her earphones, Lynn shook her head and clenched the gun in her hand. I originally wanted to solve this as civilized as possible, but now it seems that it is not feasible. Alright. I've been restless all night. Let me vent my frustration. Oh, let me see if I can pull this up. Is it true that you only come in a timely manner when there is a fight? Wow, Lynn, how can you get into this mess? Did the transaction not go smoothly? Should I say it's not going too smoothly, or it's going too smoothly? Anyway, it's just that we have to fight. Cheetah, prepare to peg through. Time to show you my skills again. Yeah, they probably aren't aware that they're actually T-dolls. And also, T-dolls usually can't, they usually, not T-dolls, but dolls in general, they usually can't attack other humans. So usually they're easy pickings. The spewing flames left a string of sparks on the door panel, and the iron door, which was overwhelmed, collapsed. Lynn and Cheetah seized the opportunity and rushed out of the bar. In the pitch-black alley, there were intense gunshots, the clamor of the Viagra gang, and the chaotic footsteps of the girls. What a group of savage guys. Lynn, who was running wildly in the alley, handed Cheetah a helpless look. Why are you looking at me like that? If we hadn't saved the scene in time this day, it would definitely have caused even bigger trouble, okay? If it weren't for the sudden explosion of your smoke bomb, I could have seized the opportunity and retrieved the ID card. Isn't it the most important thing now to get rid of these pursuers? As soon as Cheetah finished speaking, several members of the Viagra gang suddenly appeared in the entrance of the alley and raised their guns at the two of them. Huh. Len pulls Cheetah into the fork of the road and several bullets hit the wall behind them, splashing a cloud of smoke and dust. Our planned retreat routes have been occupied by the Viagra gang. What should we do now? Are there any other alternative routes available? If not, can we just create one with firepower? Lynn leaned against Cheetah, pulled the trigger, and the Viagra gang, who came to pursue, was forced to retreat by the barrage and hide behind cover. Later, Lynn turned a gun and hit several Viagra gangs, lurking on the side one by one. Just as the two were about to break through in one breath, another group of Viagers, that really looks like vagina, not gonna lie, emerged from the intersection ahead.
Here, don't let them escape.
Come over quickly, Lynn. Go towards the 3 o'clock direction. The two of them hurriedly turned into the depths of the alley, only to find that at the end of the alley was a high, impenetrable wall. The excited shouts of the Viagers immediately ran out from behind.
Boss, we blocked them. They turned into the dead end. Hurry up and call the brothers over. They won't be able to escape this time.
It's endless. It's really annoying. Confirming that there was not much ammunition left, Lynn looked at Cheetah. Do you have any extra bombs? Let me take a look. Oh, the one I thrown just now was the last one. Lynn looked up at the wall, which was not a height that one could be crossed by just effort. The increasingly dense footsteps reminded her repeatedly of the fact that the Viagers could rush in at any moment. There is no time to hesitate anymore. She just step on my shoulder and flip out first. What? I said you should flip out here first. Then I'll stay behind its cover. Hurry up. Are you asking me to run first? I won't do it. If someone must provide cover, I can also stay and protect you. Your body size is relatively small, and your maneuvering speed is also relatively fast. Your probability of escaping is greater than mine. But there's nothing good about it. But having one person to escape is better than being caught up together, right? Our team has taken on so many tasks to rescue hostages, but if it's a big deal, you can also rescue me once.
Go inside. They're right inside.
There's no time left, Cheetah. Hurry up. Noticing the footsteps of the Viagers within reach, Cheetah gritted her teeth and, with Lynn's help, climbed over the high wall. Hold on. Fuck out of here. Alright. Waka 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 waka. You must wait for me to come back, Lynn. I almost clicked on the extra mission. Wongkyu, suburban area. The Frostfall team followed the signal to the outskirts of the Yellow District, where only a patch of yellow sand shrouded in dust and an endless desert remained in front of them. Here. Lynn's signal is displayed nearby. The position information has not moved. It should have been blocked from here on. Tololo, how is the wireless communication status? Connection failed. Lynn's communication node is probably not within the range where a connection can be established. Let me take a look. Lynn's signal showed the last display time, about 5 hours ago. Tololo looked up and around. There was no other trace in this area except for the Frostfall squad. A gust of wind whistled by, and the footprints left by the three of them were buried by yellow sand in a blink of an eye. You know, random thought here, but I wonder how strong the Viagers actually are. They always seem to give everyone such big trouble. They even gave Commander trouble at the beginning of the game. Like, what is their equipment? They seem even more troublesome than even the Manji security. Because I'm thinking about that. Just a random thought. Back in Sensor Racy's event, we basically fucked up the Manji security, like, kind of hard, to be honest. Like, we had Jiao Hui, who was able to just, like, slit their throats and shit. And, I forgot which doll did it. Oh, yeah, Zhang Yu. Like, she kicked a dude so hard that his that she snapped his neck all the way like a total 180. So it's like, couldn't Lin do the same thing to like the Viegers, or is their tech actually too much? Well, they have guns too, so that's a big thing too. So it's not just that. I just find it a little weird that Monty Security should actually be the stronger group, but they're the ones that get fucked up the hardest compared to Viegers. The APC's apart with rocket pods, yeah. And Manji had military grade gear and armor, but Eggers are supposedly basic scavengers, so had hand. Yeah. If I remember right, the Viegers basically used, I want to say they used NATO equipment. That was back in like World War III, I want to say. Or maybe I'm thinking about some fan fiction. I'm not too sure. I would assume Viegers just a very numerous. Yeah, so you're saying that it's probably more of a numbers game. Like they're not very strong, but they just have like way more people. Like the only thing that I can think of is like, well, Lind and Cheetah did run out of ammo, and if Cheetah had like a grenade ready, then Lind could have done something. So I guess ammo is a big thing, but I was also thinking like Lin could probably just rip them in half. That's what I was thinking, but I guess that's not the case. Not only 5 hours ago, but also 5 minutes ago, it was difficult to find our footprints. Cheetah, all the clues are now with you. Think carefully. Was there anything worth noting during the battle? You keep track of those bugs. Well, there's something worth noting. Why look at me like that? If we hadn't saved the scene in time this day, there'd definitely have caused an even bigger trouble. If it weren't for the sudden explosion of your smoke bomb, I could have seized the opportunity to retrieve the ID card. Speaking of which, the target of this group of the Viegers is very strange. They have already obtained the liquid gold card. Why are they still chasing us, not letting go? What? So not just a simple targeting of goods, but a kidnapping operation targeting dolls? Moreover, the Viegers has a particularly large number of people, and all the evacuation routes we had anticipated were crowded with them. Approximately how many people are there? At least there should be 6 or 7 security teams. It's really strange. Due to the gap in armed forces, the Viegers often see the black merchants as easy prey, so the relationship between the two sides is generally poor. Although there may be black merchants who collude with the Viegers, their scale far exceeds the scope that a black merchant can control. That is to say, it is more like a private armed group with a behind-the-scenes employer rather than the Viegers. QJ falls into contemplation. Besides, do these Viagers have any other characteristics? In terms of features, let me think. Ah, I know. The chest badge has a dagger-like pattern, just like... Captain, there's an unknown signal approaching us due south. Accompanied by the roar of an engine, a great jeep drove from behind a sand dune. Thick smoke billowed up from the rear of the vehicle, disrupting the calm of the sand. Just like the local in that car. They chased after me and Lynn all night. Realizing that Lynn might be in the car, the Frostfall squad coincidentally clutched their guns tightly. Frostfall team, prepare for confront the enemy and intercept the vehicle. Well, on that note, I also wonder, like, how many people are with the Viagers? Like, how big is their group? Well, I had no time to talk at all.
Oh no, we were ambushed.
The tire was hit by several bullets just in a row, and the Viagers, who found that the situation was not right, fled in panic and hit the steering wheel in panic.
Retreat. Retreat backwards.
Do you want to run away now? It's not that easy. Northeast direction, 35 degrees, ready to shoot. Right now. Frostfall team sees this time and pulls the trigger at the same time. With a loud bang, the Jeep was finally overwhelmed and overturned on the ground after sliding for a distance.
Cough.
Captain was successfully intercepted. I'm going to check the vehicle. Reporting to Captain. We couldn't find Lynn in the car, but we found the black merchant we traded with yesterday. Cheetah dragged the heavily bound black merchant out of the car and roughly threw him on the ground. The gas mask on the black merchant fell off through the impact, revealing the twisted face under the mask. Huh, you have a pretty smooth, twisted face.
Humanoid.
Oh, doll.
Dolls.
Why are you so surprised? You've probably seen quite a few dolls recently. For example, where'd you get the doll who sold look-go cars last night? QJ pressed her gun against the head of the black merchant. However, the black merchant squeezed out an unpleasant smile as if he couldn't feel QJ's anger.
Is this a type of transaction with a relatively high level of risk? If I had known, I would have asked for more over there.
Don't change the topic. QJ repeated, fiercely pushing the gun in her hand against the black merchant's temple, causing him to furrow his brow slightly in pain. I'll ask again, where did you take Lynn? Who does over there refer to? Okay.
According to the rules of the black business world, we should not disclose the name of our client. However, I believe that life is an exception when it is threatened.
The black merchant extended his right hand and gestured a number in the air.
An employer who claimed to be Holtz offered me an irresistible price to obtain the doll in the photo. As for whether the employer used a synonym and what they wanted this person to do, I am not very sure, and it's not within my evaluation scope.
Holtz? Upon hearing this name, QJ's reaction seemed somewhat surprised. Captain, what's wrong? If I remember correctly, the task client for the villa yesterday was also this Holtz. From my identity records from the principal, Mr. Holtz should be the son of a toy manufacturer. Doll manufacturer, not a toy manufacturer. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is a toy manufacturer. I guess we'll find out. Why did the young master of the toy manufacturer set his sights on Lind? I'm not sure yet, but the information verified by Hellion should not be incorrect. Where's your delivery location?
From here to the south, there's a dock located at the boundary of the Yellow District. Miss Dahl, if I were to say something, we could definitely discuss the terms and make a mutually beneficial deal.
Judging that no more information could be obtained from the other party, QJ hits the back of the black merchant's head with a butt, ending his rambling. Cheetah followed closely and knocked down the remaining Viager members. Captain, since we know Lynn's location, let's off quickly. Solo poked her head out of the car at the same time, holding the ID card with 2 fingers and waving to QJ. The search has ended and the liquid gold card has been retrieved. Well, Lynn may be in danger. We need to move faster. Crossfall team, advance forward to the port at the fastest speed possible. Also tits. I kind of want that coffee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put it on, and I'll come back after this cutscene. No, I don't have TD milk, unfortunately. Wow, okay. Damn. I just forgot it was hot. But yeah, that tasted good, actually. Yeah, I really needed that. Under the cover of night, the tranquil harbor, with rusty cranes standing on the shore, confirms the glory of the past. Now even the lighthouse on the shore has been damaged on one side, shimmering with a faint light at times. In a dim corner of the harbor, the Frostfall squad is closely monitoring a large cruise ship anchored on the shore. This luxurious cruise ship stands in stark contrast to the dilapidated port, with its surroundings illuminated by high-power searchlights as bright as daylight. Someone is going in again. Tololo held a telescope and stared closely at the bridge connecting the cruise ship. If this group is included, it will be the 11th group tonight. I can see why you think it looks like Mother Base in MGS5, but I think it's just a construction site, or a warehouse, I should say. I'm sorry, not a warehouse, but a shipyard. It looks like a shipyard, which kind of is what Mother Base was. It was a shipyard. On the covered bridge, security personnel in black uniforms leaned forward slightly and reached out to stop the two people who were about to board the ship. One of the well-dressed guests took out a card from the pocket of their dress and handed it to the other person. Stepmother Base, what the fuck? After the inspection was completed, the security personnel returned with the documents with both hands, then bowed at a standard 45-degree angle and made a please gesture, welcoming the guest and the person behind them into the cruise ship. Most guests are accompanied by dolls. I speculate that after kidnapping Lynn, Holtz may have also brought Lynn in as a doll companion. Judging from the entire of these people, is it likely that they are hosting a banquet or something? It's too strange to bring so many dolls into the banquet. And our current location can be considered as the border area between the green and yellow zones. Why would a wealthy person living in the white zone come so far to attend an ordinary banquet? Huh? It's Lolo. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just a little surprised. Originally, Cheetah would occasionally say such useful words. So when Lynn was away, the person who complained about me became Lolo? Wait, did she just say Trollo? Yeah, she just called her Trollo. Seeing Cheetah Batsu erupt, QJ coughed twice and brought the topic back in time. The answers to these questions will probably only be known after we enter. Cheetah, do you have any props that can help you slip onto the cruise ship? I recommend using this genius tactical climbing claws. With just a gentle throw, you can firmly grasp to the desk, swoosh, and fly it over in one go. Looking around at the searchlight of the cruise ship, QJ shook her head helplessly. Anything else? We can also try this simulated swimming dolphin. We hide under the dolphins, quietly swim to the side of the cruise ship, and quickly climb up when they aren't paying attention. Cheetah went to sneak in quietly, not attract the entire attention of the entire crew on board. Indeed, the moment when I thought Cheetah was useful just now was an illusion. Hey, it's a little. I heard all the bad things you said. Can you tell me, is there any other suitable way? If you can't sneak in, just walk in openly. What? This cruise ship appears to be a membership based. Although the security measures in the surrounding area was very strict, the boarding security check procedure is relatively simple, and each guest only needs to show their identification. The object they present is this one. Tololo took out the liquid gold ID card she had returned from the black merchant, and placed it on the palm of QJ's hand. So we should disguise ourselves as guests? Well, from the observation just now, it's not uncommon for guests to carry a combination of dolls. We should be able to go in two. As to whether there are any other security measures after entering, it is currently unknown. Currently, only this plan is feasible, and the more time is wasted, the greater the possibility of Lin encountering danger. QJ quickly made the decision. This is good. Leaving one person to assist outside can also share the risk of task failure. Let me disguise myself as the guest. QJ looked at Cheetah with an expectant expression and instantly thought of the scene where Cheetah acted alone and the entire port was bombed into ruins. You come with me, Cheetah. Tololo, you stay outside and introduce the structure of the ship. Remember to keep in real-time contact with Griffin headquarters. Understood. Tololo nodded and raised the telescope again. The remaining question is how to conceal the skin luster that distinguishes human dolls from humans. That wasn't a thing before, but sure, we can go with that. Captain, leave this small matter to me. The simulated skin spray invented by the genius has finally come to use. I mean, to be fair, it does make sense that there would be like a difference in like that dolls would look a little bit different. You know, that bit of an uncanny valley type of thing. But that's never been a thing in Ghost Frontline 1. Dolls look too pretty to pass as humans. Yeah, they look too perfect. Yeah, I know the one you talk about, that scene you talk about, but I always saw Sapo as the exception to the rule. Because she has a mechanical arm. or rather, she had a pretty unique style. It's just interesting that they brought in this difference in Ghost Frontline 2, because they did it before at the Macchiato's event, where they said that, oh, either the same problem happened too for there, but it never came up in Ghost Frontline 1, which is why it's so strange that they're bringing it up now. Just pretty strange to me. But oh well, it is what it is. It's a thing now. Soon after, the figures of QJ and Cheetah appeared on the corridor bridge in Tololo's telescope. Hello. Please show me your identification. QJ gently lifted her left hand and handed over the ID card to the other party. The right hand is placed behind the back, feeling the position of the dagger. The security personnel looked at QJ with some caution. Madam, what's wrong with you? Is it due to physical discomfort? Are you uncomfortable? I think that's how it's going to be translated. Uncanny Valley by pretty. That actually is a thing. If you've seen pictures of cosplay, I guess you can say, what makes cosplay work is that you really just get the clothes and you make yourself pretty. But if you try to make yourself look exactly like the anime person or the anime girl that you try to do, like you put on like the makeup and like you change the shape of your eyes, you know, the anime eyes and stuff like that, you look kind of off. And I think that may be why that may be what they're trying to go for. It's just one of those things that they never talked about in Ghost Frontline 1. That's never been a problem. Maybe the skin is very synthetic looking. Probably not. Because here's the thing, there are two situations in Ghost Frontline 1. Well, two that I remember, I should say, where humans have mistaken dolls as humans. The first one was Sapo, but she eventually figured out that she was a doll because, well, it's Sapo. And second one was with M4. Where M4 was fighting on that wall during the Isomer event, and she saved a officer, and the officer's like, "Why? Why is a little girl on the battlefield? You shouldn't be here." And then like M4 says, "I'm a doll," and the guy's like, "Oh, really? Man, dolls look so real nowadays." So maybe it's a AR team specific thing. That could be the headcanon that you can go for, because those are specifically with the AR team, and not with anyone else. That is also a thing that you can make an excuse for, Lord Samuel. Yeah, it wasn't about the ongoing battle, but the guy did just wake up from getting fucked over or getting fucked up. So that can be an excuse that you can use for everything to be consistent. Makes you more human, I guess. You wouldn't have UNRC idols, yeah. That is true, yeah. Right, I'm going to continue. That's just a thought that I was having whenever this comes up. Madam, what is wrong with you? Is it due to physical discomfort? Well, standing under such a big searchlight, it is a bit hot. Could you please move faster? The security personnel inserted the ID card into the verification device, and with a soft beep, the word success popped up on the screen. I am deeply sorry for your poor experience, madam. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Welcome to Novalis. May you have a wonderful night here. Thank you. QJ nodded slightly, withdrew her ID card, gently pulled Cheetah, and walked towards the door. Bark-style decorations fill every corner of the cruise ship, with crystal chandeliers hanging high above, reflecting the entire hall in a magnificent and grand manner. That is definitely very fancy. You know what? I would fucking hate to stand under that chandelier in the middle. Like, I just would not do it. Guests dressed in fancy clothes hold champagne and chat softly in groups of 3 or 5, with laughter and clinking glasses echoing one after another. QJ and Cheetah walked into the hall, attracting only a few glances. After raising their glasses in greeting, the guests withdrew their gaze and continued to immerse themselves in the feast in front of them. Wow, is this a gathering for the wealthy? This is too luxurious, isn't it? Captain, look! The wall is actually decorated with crystal strips. Can we pick a few pieces and take them with us? Cheetah, speak softly. The number of guests and security measures in the lobby are very dense, so we need to keep a low profile and try to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. A row of security machinery slid in an orderly manner in front of the two people, diverted halfway, and slowly entered the left and right areas. QJ's gaze followed the mechanical movement trajectory and extended deep into the hall. On the left are restaurants and shopping areas, and on the right are bars and rest areas. Captain, which area should we check first? Time is tight. For efficiency reasons, it's better to take separate actions. Cheetah, you go left, and I'll go right. And we'll meet back here in 10 minutes. Understood. I'll see you later. Compared to the banquet halls, bars connected to casinos are more lively. The guests gathered in 2s and 3s, occasionally emitting hearty laughter. Some guests also blushed and loudly complained about their bad luck. Give me a glass of apple juice, thank you. QJ casually took a drink from the waiter's tray, leaned against the edge of the bar and quietly listened to the guest conversation. Soon, a commotion caught QJ's attention. Yeah, they're on a cruise ship right now. They are, yeah. I've been on a cruise ship before. They're very fancy. My parents loved going onto them, and they took me one time. You can basically live there if you really tried. Hey, bartender, give me and my friend a cup of Lafite alone. QJ turned her head and saw two wealthy businessmen warmly embracing the entrance of the bar, walking towards the direction of the bar counter. The people around seemed to retreat one after another out of fear of their identities, making way for the two of them. Watch out for icebergs, though. That's a Titanic. It's been a long time since I saw you here. Where you been socializing lately? There is some business to do on the family side. I have participated in several dances and been so busy that I can't take it off. Oh, isn't that interesting? Come on, those occasions are so boring. And indeed, here is the most suitable for me. After all, some programs are only exciting enough here. The wealthy businessman tapped the table with his knuckles and pointed downwards. The two of them spoke an unspoken smile, or showed an unspoken smile. You're so absolutely right, let alone the special program today. It should be almost time, right? The wealthy businessman raised his hand and looked at the watch, where the gemstones embedded the hands flickered red under the light. He smiled knowingly and took out a delicate metal box from his pocket, revealing the neatly arranged golden chips inside. Since we still have some time, why don't we go ahead and do some warm-up activities to add some excitement? Without you by my side, the card table has been very boring in these past few weeks. Willing to accompany. Wow. Wow, who just sucked dick there? A hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the wealthy businessman. He nodded, grabbed the glass from the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Okay, so he's the one who sucked dick. Later, the wealthy businessman tidied up his shoe, and another wealthy businessman gently patted his shoulder. The two of them stood up in unison and walked towards the casino. Soon, the two of them were submerged in the crowd. QJ placed the empty tall glass on the bar, nodded slightly to the bartender, and retreated from the central hall to the central hall. Cheetah also happened to come out from the direction of the restaurant. Captain, let me start by saying I have discovered two very strange things. QJ nodded and gestured for QJ to keep speaking, or Cheetah to keep speaking. Didn't Lilo observe many combinations of human carrying dolls at the port before? But have hardly ever encountered dolls in the hall. Where are they all gone? So the only people I've encountered here are human. Right? If Lynn was taken on the cruise by that guy, she might have been taken to places we can't see, just like those dolls. The whereabouts of the dolls are indeed a focus worth paying attention to. Cheetah, well done. This clue is crucial. There are even more powerful clues. Captain, look, this is a photo I secretly took with the miniature recorder. The photo shows the back entrance of a security robot. The back interface of a security robot. After zooming in, the prefix code marked above can be clearly identified. G&L Beta. This is the mechanical model that Mr. Holt ordered from the Gerard Group in the Vittle area. Yeah, it's a little sad that this is an undisclosed non-sell item from the Gerard Group, right? Is it true that this cruise ship is actually a Gerard property? It's possible. But it's also possible that Gerard provided security technical support to the cruise ship. In either case, it can at least prove that this cruise ship is closely related to Gerard. Suddenly, a long buzzing sound came from above. Are we moving? Meow. The buzzing sound grew louder and louder, but the gas around seemed to have become commonplace and did not react at all. The communicator rang at the right time, and QJ pressed to connect, and Tololo's voice came from the inside. Captain, the security personnel at the entrance have returned to the ship, and the bridge has also been disconnected. It seems the ship is about to depart. No wonder there was a strange sound coming. It turned out to be a whistle. I will contact Hellion to request transportation support so that I can smoothly pick you up after going out to sea. Once the cruise ship departs, I am worried that some uncontrollable things may happen. So please be careful. Understood. Coincidentally, there are some things that need to be investigated by you and Hellion. QJ briefly explained the existing intelligence to Tololo. The relationship between Novalis and Mr. Holtz as well as the Gerard Group. I have noted it down. As for the whereabouts of the dolls on board, I happen to have some conclusions that I want to synchronize with the captain. In that second, QJ received a sketch of the ship's hull structure. From peripheral perspective, the cruise ship is mainly divided into 3 levels, level 1, 2, and level B1, totaling 3 levels. All guests can only board the cruise ship through one route. That is the first floor where you currently located. What about the second floor? What is the second floor for? According to results of the heat source detector, there are some servers stored on the second floor, most likely in functional areas such as computer rooms and control rooms. The more suspicious one is the B1 floor. The underground level? Yes, the concealed entrance at the edge of Deck 1 that appears to lead to B1, with extremely tight security measures and frequent entry and exits by a large number of staff. On the shape and size of the goods they transport, they are very similar to dolls. That means Lynn is likely to be on the B1 floor, right? I guess that led me that one. After estimating the number of securities as equipment and patrolling the hall, QJ shook her head. Tololo, are there any guests among the crowd entering and exiting from the deck? No, only the staff. Huh? But not only are the dolls not on the first floor, but the guests carrying the dolls have also disappeared. The problem lies here. The guessing passed through, indicating that there is a guest passage from the first floor to the B1 floor, but we are not sure about the location yet. QJ furrowed her brows slightly, and memories of what happened at the bar not long ago came to her mind. When the wealthy businessman said here, he gestured underground. And a slightly painful expression on the other wealthy businessman's face as he showed off his golden chips. It seems that there's a big secret behind the bar. Cheetah, let's also go to the casino to have a look. The entrance to B1 level is likely hidden there. Oh, that's good artwork. The buzzing sound of fan vibration, the ticking sound of instrument operation, and the flowing sound of liquid pouring. Lynn slowly opened her eyes amidst these sounds. Damn it, my head hurts so much. In front of her is a pitch black room. The walls around are covered in display screens, and the images jumping on the screens emit a dim blue light illuminating the general outline of the room. This is a place I haven't seen before. Where am I? Hey, you finally woke up? How do you feel? Huh? A strange voice sounded in her ear, and Lynn's heart trembled. Subconsciously, she wanted to raise her gun to counterattack, but found herself firmly bound to her seat. The chair slid in place for a distance, and the metal rubbed against the ground, making a piercing sound. Watching Lynn struggle, the man chuckled mischievously. Someone actually drew an actual good art of a guy for once. Effeminate though, just a little bit more young than effeminate. Nah, I think he's gonna have a lot of dialogue, so I'm not doing anything. Don't be so anxious. I will return your gun to you later. William Jr. Linda turned her head and saw a young man dressed in a luxurious attire leaning against the control desk, with a frivolous smile on his face. He put one hand in his pocket and held a tall glass with the other, intoxicated by the fragrance of red wine. He looks really approachable though, I agree. The man slowly lifted his head and exhaled a long breath. Like he runs a production for adult content. That is really specific. Even better, red wine only has value in the eyes of knowledgeable people. Similarly, even the strongest doll can only be truly effective under the guidance of capable individuals. Being selected by an expert like me, even if I were you, I would feel incredibly honored. What's up? Are you still intimidated by my aura that you can't speak? That is extremely punchable. I won't lie. No, but you're pretending too much. It's a bit disgusting. Have all the waste traders now fallen to the point of kidnapping dolls? You can't really handle any ruthless business. The man's mouth twitched visibly with the naked eye. He took a deep breath, then squeezed out a smile again. It seems necessary to make a formal self-introduction. My name is Carl Holtz, what a generic name, and I am a genius who has created best-selling children's toys. Okay, so he actually is a toy maker, okay. At the age of only 6, even dolls should have heard of my name published in magazines. Carl? Who is that? Oh, Hal? Who is that? It's not Hal, it's Carl. Huh, still don't know. What's this have to do with you kidnapping dolls? My father, Yakov Holtz, is the head of the mechanical development of the Girard Group. Now you should understand, right? Our family's financial situation has not yet deteriorated to the point where we had to rely on kidnapping dolls to make money. So you're not a waste merchant, you're a waste rich second generation, right? If the purpose of bringing me here is to make me praise you, then you really have the wrong person. Carl's mouth twitched even more violently. He took three deep breaths before he could make a sound again. Say it again. I won't sell you for money, and don't call me useless anymore. I just hope Miss Lin can help me with a favor. Tonight, there will be an arena competition held in the basement of this cruise ship. I hope you can help me with a championship of this competition, and give me an account to my father. Lin's eyes were even more puzzled, but Carl became more excited and began to introduce himself. The cruise ship you are currently on is actually an entertainment hall for our wealthy class. Here, money, power, status, everything can be turned into a bet. And the most exciting one among them is undoubtedly the arena you are about to step onto, and I believe no one can resist this temptation. What kind of arena is it? Is it the kind that comes and goes? I don't understand what temptation there is in this barbaric violence like primitive humans. I don't understand where your confidence comes from, thinking that kidnapping a doll will make everything fine. You don't understand. A genius like me only takes action after making a 100% thorough plan. Since it is a competition of combat power, tactical dolls undoubtedly has a greater advantage compared to civilian dolls. Unfortunately, most tactical dolls serve in the military or government agencies, so I don't need to be at odds with the government, let alone to have the strength to compete with the military. So in other words, Carl's eyes showed a hint of fanaticism as he walked to the back of the chair and rested his hand on the back of the chair. Okay. A small PMC like yours, which has neither funds nor backing and cannot store up any waste even if something goes wrong, is the most suitable choice. The robots I planted in the villa area were also part of the firepower test. Congratulations, Miss Lin. Your combat performance has received my highest recognition. Huh? Small PMC. Got your approval? Lin doesn't know where to start her roast. You look like you should be an adult now. don't you even know Griffin? 10 years ago, when the Griffin family was dominant, or when the Griffin PMC was dominant, well, families kind of works out too. You, young master, didn't know where to play in the mud. And your plan has so many loopholes like a sleeve, it's okay to say it's 100%. If I hadn't gone to sell cards, wouldn't this whole set be ruined for me from the beginning? At least from the results, didn't you still honestly come out and sell cards and sell that ID card? This proves that there were no issues with my plan. Even if you couldn't take the card at that time, don't cancel Griffin's subsequent orders, just continue to lure you out. Anyway, as long as I leave Griffin, I can always find a suitable opportunity to take action. Carl muttered to himself, the fanaticism in his eyes gradually fading away and turning into a thick gloom. The Vegas is good at this. As long as the price is high enough, they can help solve any problems. If you hadn't just said the 3 words, Gerard, I would have really doubted where you came from as a playboy. Oh, 3 words? It's probably 1 word, so it's probably mistranslation. How naive are you to believe a rogue gang like the Viagers? How did the Draugr get rid of you, this useless person? Shut up. Carl's face changed and the force of his hand instantly increased. The sudden pain coming from her shoulder made Len furrow her brows involuntarily. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Don't call me a waste anymore. You are just as despicable as those people in Gerard. Thank you all for taking out time to attend tonight's charity banquet amidst your busy schedules. Taking this opportunity, I would like to introduce my son Carl to everyone. The children's toys he developed have become hot-selling items in the market, and the corresponding sales revenue will also be donated to our charity fund. Come on, Carl, say hello to everyone. Hello, everyone. Oh, she is truly Mrs. Holst's child. Only 6 years old, he is so unique. By the age of 26, he will definitely be the #1 able to run a big company. Madam, you are truly fortunate. Of course, Mrs. Holst's child is also a rare genius. Okay, so my first thought is that why should I care about this guy? He's only going to be here for this event. So why are we giving him a whole ass flashback? Now let's ask Carl to share his thoughts. We also want to bask in the light of a genius. What's that did for him?
Thank you all for attending my wife's farewell ceremony. I will continue to work hard with the madam's last wish to revive the glory of the Holst family.
Mr. Yakarv, please accept my condolences. It is truly a pity that for the Holst family and young Master Carl that madam passed away so young. Father, I want to see my mother. Where is Mom? Mother won't come back, will she?
Carl, shut up! Don't cry like a bitch. I'm really sorry for making everyone laugh.
Oh, the waste from the Holst family is back. That's so funny. Damn, that's cold. Are you still tinkering with your old toys at this age? The children of the whole family never grew up in their lifetime. Let's ask Carl to share his thoughts on how to be a carefree little waste. The experiment funding given to you is for you to create mechanical products that contribute to the Gerard Group, not for you to play around. I don't expect you to replicate a decent doll anymore. You can find a way to defeat it, can you? How did Celia give birth to you? Such a useless brat. I am Carl Holtz, the heir to the Holtz family. It's just that my father doesn't like me. I'm just a human. What qualifications do I have to evaluate me? The force on his shoulder started to relax, and a fist wrapped in the wind hit Lynn's side of the brain. Of the brain? Okay. I probably meant the side of the head. The vibration caused by the collision of the chair back and fist made her feel slightly dizzy. Lynn turned her head and looked straight into those bloodshot eyes filled with anger. Is this urgent? The heir of the Holtz family, who went to such great lengths to catch a doll, doesn't sound very smart. Besides, why do I have to obey your arrangements? Just because I can control these rampant machines. Just because I have access to the latest technology in the Gerard Group. We've already seen those controlled machines. The rest for your obedience next is the same as theirs. Wait, how did he not break his own hand? I honestly thought the same thing. But I'm not going to question it. It's not like they went too in depth on how dolls actually feel. Besides being bulletproof. So I'm gonna let that slide for now. But my initial thought is that, yeah, his hand should have really hurt. Carl kicked the button on the back of the chair, and the skin of the armrest and backrest instantly peeled open, revealing the dense internal wires. They twisted and rotated around each other until they tightly wrapped Lynn. In that second, a strong electric current stirred to her body. The excruciating pain instantly engulfed Lynn's mind, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Carl slowly paced from behind to Lynn's face. You're right. I really don't need to catch an ordinary PMC doll. After all, ordinary dolls wouldn't have such interesting reactions. And you are different. You are a ULSD experimental subject with senses compared to those of humans. SIC-012. Am I right? ULSD SIC-012. Upon hearing those long-lost codes, Lynn's pupils suddenly contracted. The experience of ULSD human experiments was like an unforgettable nightmare for her. She has never revealed this past to anyone except the commander. What? How could you? Lynn wanted to ask Carl where he got that information from, but the excruciating pain emanating from her body made her unable to make a sound. She could only watch helplessly as Carl took out a remote control and then watched him coldly press the switch. Intense currents carrying data streams rushed towards Lynn. The pain was magnified countless times in an instant, and Carl's figure was pulled away for a moment, stretching out like slow motion before her eyes. The overwhelming information surged like a tide, filling Lynn's mind, and then launched an attack onto the second level, level 2. The tearing sensation caused by forced rewriting flows into every corner of the body. The visual module malfunctioned in pain, and cold white light covered the entire field of view. Lynn tried to open her eyes in the white light, but what she saw before her was a void. Countless corpses had transformed from the void and slowly approached her. It seemed to be a very unfortunate situation. Damn it. The only thing to be grateful for is that the familiar AA-12 appeared in her hands, and the familiar confidence returned to her. Lynn raised her gun. I absolutely cannot fall here. Yeah, so she made an attack level 2 right now. That's why there's elites here. Does this have to do with that list? Maybe. I know the list somewhere. It's from the Nikita event. It's possible that he read it. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh well. Texas Hold'em, blackjack, dice machine, slot machine, roulette. There are really plenty of projects here. Games, probably meant to say. The luxurious decorations and dancing lights complement each other, and various gamblers linger at the gambling tables, each immersed in this illusory joy. QJ and Cheetah shuttled through the crowd, searching for clues that may lead to the B1 level. Hold on, give me a sec. I'm gonna turn on the light. The two wealthy businessmen I met at the bar before are missing. Captain, look, did they run there? Looking in the direction of Cheetah's fingers, two black-clad bodyguards are guarding a magnificent door. Compared to the bustling casino, the area around this gate appears somewhat deserted. What's written on the door plate? Let me take a look. The VIP area is only accessible to VIPs holding the gold chips. Wow, what is the VIP area and what are the golden chips? Is there a super casino hidden inside? Well, when the wealthy businessman mentioned the special program, he did show a golden chip. There's a high suspicion here. It seems that we had to find a way to get in. Cheetah, how many chips can you exchange for the cash you carry? Maybe it can be changed to 500? But Captain, this is my last candy reserve fund. Can Captain help me make up for the remaining part? I don't have much cash left in my hand either. I can only hope that the selling price of gold chips is not too exaggerated. After QJ and Cheetah consolidated their cash together, they arrived at the bar counter of the casino. Welcome. Do I need to exchange chips? What's the price for gold chips? The dealer smiled slightly and lifted the red cloth inside the bar, revealing the numbers marked below. As you can see, 1 0 2 0 3 zeros. Oh my god, there are actually 5 zeros. You want 100,000 credits? That's too much. Why didn't you just steal it? Ignoring the internet protest on Cheetah's face, QJ's expression looked calm. Got it. Please help me exchange 2,000 chips first, thank you. Fetching the 2 small discs that were exchanged, Cheetah, who clearly had something to say, pulled QJ to the corner of the casino. Captain, did we just spend all of our money without a penny left? And even if it's spent, it's only 2,000. You don't want to win from 2,000 to 10,000. Or 100,000, do you? And that's exactly what I meant. Ah, do you really want to do this? I still think it's a bit faster to just grab them. If you gamble, wouldn't losing once mean you're done for? Cheetah, you made a mistake about the most important thing here. What? Can that part be reimbursed to the keeper's keeper? No. We won't lose. QJ said, gently throwing up the chips in her hand and firmly catching them. We are dolls, so we won't lose. Faced with the confident light in QJ's eyes, Cheetah was stunned and quickly understood QJ's suggestion. Cheetah smirked and rubbed against QJ's side. Interesting. I understand. Does the captain mean to cheat? It's not cheating, it's just using our advantage as dolls. QJ turned her gaze to the distant card table. I just observed the distribution of tables in the casino. In addition to having 5 dealers and guards at each table, infrared scanning devices were also placed under the table to prevent guests from leaving. It's unlikely to make small moves at the gambling table. The slot machine is completely controlled by mechanical devices, which is a good choice, but there are too many gamblers around, so we can't move under such a dense eyeliner. So there's hardly anything left, right? And there's this one. QJ exchanged a glance with Cheetah and approached the electronic table. Detecting someone within the range, the robotic arm held a fluorescent screen and slowly pushed it in front of the 2 people. QJ tapped the screen and the edge of the gambling table lit up instantly. The projection of the virtual dealer appeared in the center of the table, bowing in the direction of the 2 of them. Dear Tourist 03425, welcome to the use of Carnival Cubic DB01 online gaming machine. Please select the game you want to participate in and throw your chips into the coin slot into the right side. during the game. Please do not forcefully tap, damage, or disassemble the machine without authorization. Since it is a device connected to the network, theoretically it should be possible to achieve intrusion by infiltrating the second level, infiltrating level 2. Just block the failed data and send only the successful data. Oh, so we can directly access the casino's network and intervene in the gambling results? That's right. The special service provided by Gerard for customers who are inconvenient to appear in offline gambling may actually be very convenient for us. I'd be very shocked if this didn't trigger anything. You would think someone hacking into a casino would actually be like a full-on trigger. It's like, yo, we just got hacked. And then the casino shuts down and security rolls in with their beating sticks. QJ smiles slightly and slid the chips into the machine, causing the dice on the screen to spin rapidly. Let's choose the simplest rule of comparing sizes. From 2,000 to 100,000, about 6 rounds are enough. Why is the blocking time so short? Isn't it good to extend it a little longer? If the blocking time is too long, it will cause the system to become alert, so the setting risk is relatively small. We only need to operate quickly in level 2. Are you ready, Cheetah? The game is about to start. Come on, I can't wait. Is this a dice program built into the Carnival Cubic? Small and square. It's quite cute. Cheetah, don't get distracted. The roster can only be temporarily blocked for a few rounds. We need to make a quick decision. Does it mean there's only a bonus points and no deduction now? Don't worry, Captain. I won't drag you down. I'm the most serious when playing games. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just on the auto. Okay. I don't know what happened, but it worked. Okay. Well, this coffee is literally giving me life. Overrated. The spinning dice gradually slowed down and finally froze at the 6 o'clock, and the Carnival Cubic played cheerful music. Dang, 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 dang. Oh, ding, 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 ding. Congratulations to Tourist 03425 for winning again. Please choose if you want to continue betting. The score has exceeded 100,000. It's time to end. The nectar of old people. The springy juice? That's weird. QJ pressed the exit button, accompanied by a tinkling sound and a large number of chips poured out from the interface. Wow, Captain, we made a fortune. Huh? Tita picked out the only golden chip inside, but the weight of her palm surprised her a bit. Wait a minute. It seems this golden chip is really made of pure gold. Is the drug group so generous? Well, after all, 100,000 chips are equivalent to the price of gold. Is that so? The money here is so easy to earn, isn't it? If it weren't for the lack of time, I would really like to bring back more keepers to bring the keepers. The problem interrupted Cheetah's rambling, and QJ turned around to pick up Tololo's communication. Captain, the cruise ship has now stopped at a bay surrounded by 3 cliffs. A bay surrounded by mountains on the 3 sides. They deliberately chose such a concealed location. It seems that the program that they prepared is unlikely to be visible. How strong would you say Tololo is lore-wise compared to the AR-team dolls? The AR-team dolls? Well, I actually don't recall any of Tololo's feats right now. I would have to look up her specifically. But if she's around like QJ's level, they should still be a fair bit less skilled than the AR team. Because we have to remember, the AR team is strong enough that RO, who was probably... She's probably their... maybe the weakest member? Maybe? We can say Sapo is the strongest. Just from sheer grit and willpower. But RO is able to 1v1 Gager, which is like, that is actually a pretty powerful feat. Because Gager is able to raffle stomp, yeah, I'm gonna use that word, able to raffle stomp a lot of the Elite T-Dolls. Like, she overpowers them by a lot. So the fact that RO is able to 1v1 Gager, would an M16 be soft? I just mean by specs. But yes, M16 would be soft because she's like exceptionally more skilled. Oh, by the way, I'm not counting M4 because M4 is actually the strongest one out of all of them. So specs wise, it's like, okay, I'll change that a little bit because I wasn't counting M16 when she's SF out. So if you think of the boss version of M16, then it's M4, then M16, then probably SOP, and then AR-15, and then RO. But yeah, ROs is able to 1v1 Gauger, and Gauger's insane. Like, she's one of the strongest SF units. So, basically, the majority of Griffin T-Dolls, they can't compare to the AR team. Damn, Cass, my bad. No, you're just excited. That's all. Haley's conclusion is the same. She dispatched 2 support teams and a helicopter over, and I am currently accompanying the cruise ship. Once the accident occurs, I will provide support to you as soon as possible. Okay, be careful not to be detected by the security personnel patrolling outside the ship. Oh, Denge RO solos. She solos the entire verse. Understood. The structure of the ship has also been deduced, and I will transmit the floor plan to the captain later. After finding Lynn, just evacuate according to the route marked on the map, and I will pick you up at the deck position. Who's least comparable to AR dolls? Is probably M82A1 and M870. Just for those 2 alone, they were able to destroy a lot of the Paradigm members by themselves, while they protected the commander. So it's probably those 2. They're the only ones I know that have a feat like that. After finding Lynn, just evacuate according to the route marked on the map, and I will pick you up at the deck position. What's that? Are most dolls not bulletproof? Being bulletproof is a matter of perspective, but for the most part, no. If you're military grade, if you have military grade armor or skin or whatever, you should be considered bulletproof. But otherwise, no. That seems to be the threshold. You need military grade components to be considered bulletproof. It's true to be Tilolo. Her work efficiency is already on par with this day's talent. Huh? Why hasn't anyone spoken? After a brief silence, Tilolo awkwardly cleared her throat. Also, Catherine, the matter you want to investigate has yielded results. What about? And also, yeah, there's that too. Like, 45 was basically down and out, but she didn't like completely die to a tank to getting hit with a tank shot, and she's literally like the weakest, like actually the weakest T-Doll. So she's the floor. The Novalis belongs to a toy company and is a venue used by the company to hold charity dinners. It has been extensively reported by multiple media outlets. Miss Celia, the head of this company, often attends banquets with her son Carl as the organizer. Carl's children's toys have also been recorded in the news. The young master of the toy company, that's to say, Mr. Holtz. Probably 45 to 4 because she's. I literally did not make that correlation whatsoever, actually. That's pretty funny, though. That's right. Carl's full name is Carl Holtz, and the information he reported to Griffin is indeed correct. But why would a good philanthropist kidnap Lind? Moreover, this cruise ship doesn't need to be related to charity at all, or doesn't seem to be related to charity at all. It's because Miss Celia has passed away 6 years ago, and her toy company has been struggling since then. At present, the ownership of this cruise ship should have been transferred to Carl's father, Yakov. Oh, I still remember him. It's that big villain who developed robots in Gerard. So, is this a kidnapping case involving father and son? Something seems off. After integrating Tolo's information, QJ fell into a moment of contemplation. Since Carl's father is a researcher in Gerard, he should have a way to control the batch out-of-control machinery. Why did he specifically call us PMCs to come over and deal with the aftermath? Isn't it just Dolores to pick up the ID card? That's even stranger. With the financial resources of the Gerard group, they must have their own armed forces. There's no need to hire a rogue gang like the Viagra group, let alone use such a circuitous method to kidnap Lind. The biggest possibility is that Carl doesn't want to attract Gerard's attention. These are purely his personal actions. The captain's intention is that Yakov actually didn't know about it? Well, the process from boarding to verification went too smoothly tonight. Even the security forces on board were almost completely replaced by machinery. Not to mention, whether he knows or not, I suspect he's not even on this cruise ship. Both sides of communication fell silent again. Even if we know all this, we still don't know the specific purpose of the kidnappers. The information we currently have is not sufficient. We can only go to the B1 level first and see what we can find more clues. That's right, seeing it with one's own eyes is most reliable. Let's go. After hanging up to Lola's communication, QJ and Cheetah arrive at the entrance of the VIP channel. Can we go in now? Wait a moment. The security personnel took the golden chip and pressed it onto the instrument next to the door. With a beep sound, the door slowly parted to both sides, revealing the fancy interior of the elevator. It's done, madam. It's an elevator. Seems our guess is completely correct. I hope to see Lind soon. With this belief in mind, the two of them stepped into the gradually sinking elevator. The thick door was like a wall, separating the inner and outer worlds. The stronger the feeling of weightlessness, the clearer the noise behind the door that seemed to be wrapped in a thin film. Boom. until the elevator lands smoothly and the door slowly opens. Hey, it's the arena. As the noise and screams poured into the eardrums, a strong smell mixed with sweat, blood, and stimulus hit the face. What is this place? Unlike the bright first floor, the B1 floor shrouded in crimson light appears somewhat dim. In the center of the venue is a huge circular arena, surrounded by enthusiastic spectators. They were dressed appropriately, but couldn't hide their desires in their eyes. The cheers and curses were mixed together as if this was a paradise for them to vent their frustrations. On the arena, the red and blue figures are fighting each other. Big screen scrolls the odds of the two doll players, and the changing numbers repeatedly affect the audience nerves. The entire B1 level is dominated by an indescribable madness. Welcome to the arena! Thanks, Dylan. Thanks for the $2. But yeah, doll arenas are illegal. How could this happen? Could this be the reason why Lynn was kidnapped? Oh! Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted from the center of the audience. QJ and Cheetah looked towards the arena, and the blue figure on the stage had her head stepped on. The smooth ground reflected her face that had been squeezed and deformed. The red doll raised a long knife in her hand high, aiming it at her arm joint, poking it hard. The right arm of the blue doll detached from its body and slid several meters on the arena until it reached the edge where it could barely stop. The doll who had lost... Would it be his or her this time? We'll just assume her. The doll who had lost her right arm curled up on the ground and let out a painful cry. The screams of the humans were instantly drowned. The screams of the dolls were instantly drowned out by the cheers of the audience. The next second, the close-up shot of the big screen was aimed at the cold eyes of the red doll. Hey, yo? Fuck the what? What's Krolek doing there? Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. We can think about that. Oh, it's this fucker again. Yeah. Just catching up with chat. Yeah, if Krolik is undercover, that means the commander should be around, and we should be meeting up with him. Hello, are you awake? Lynn opens her empty eyes and turns her head in a daze, looking in the direction where the sound is coming from. Protocol activation. Target recognition module loaded successfully. You're awake, right? Carl pressed the remote control, and with a crisp click sounded, releasing the restraint device on the electric chair. Get up. Take 2 steps. Lynn stood up and mechanically walked around the room, waiting for Carl's instructions. Turn around and sit down. Seeing Lynn following her orders one by one, Carl clapped his hands in satisfaction. A22 got brainwashed? Yeah, that was his intention, to rewrite her code. I didn't expect a beta virus. Beta virus? What the fuck? I didn't expect the beta virus to be so effective. It's just a temporary copy of 45% of the code snippets that control the human's mind. No wonder those defective dolls can fight to the death on the arena as long as they are implanted with this. Why hasn't Dad been willing to give me something so useful? It's easy to use. I was just daydreaming. This guy fell for it. It's a bit too easy, isn't it? He really is a foolish son of the wealthy family. Okay, so the beta virus is... It didn't work on Lynn. Interesting. Lynn couldn't help but despise Carl's intelligence again in her heart. Forget it. Anyway, it can save a lot of trouble and also get some information from him. The data attack we just encountered at level 2 is very massive. If we don't counterattack in time, we'll need to be forced to override it. Maybe it's also related to the incomplete code snippets. However, isn't this virus developed specifically for Gerard dolls? I'm a doll produced by IOP, so why would it affect me? Can it be said that the Gerard dolls and IOP dolls use the same underlying technology? Yes. Before Lynn could come to a conclusion, Carl gave her the next instruction. Hello, doll. Come over to me. Let me introduce you to the rules of the arena competition and your opponent tonight. It's finally here. Let's see what you really want to do. Lynn walks up to Carl. Despite being mentally prepared for the arena competition, the scene in front of her still has a severe impact on Lynn. A surveillance video is playing on the electronic screen, showing a red doll wearing rabbit ears, waving a long knife, like it's called a long knife, not a sword, and fiercely shredding the fallen doll. Extremely pure cruelty, violence, and barbarism. Almost every frame of the scene reached the limit of Lynn's disgust. As you can see, the rules of the doll arena are almost without any rules. You can use any means to attack, and you can also destroy the opponent's body at will, frame at will. Simply put, whoever breaks down the other party into garbage first is the winner. Carl presses the pause button, and the screen freezes at the moment when the red doll cuts the opponent's doll in half. This is your opponent's knight, Krolik, who is referred to as K09 here. As early as the rise of that doll arena in the green zone, she was one of the popular top players among the contestants. You should understand why, right? Close combat dolls are already rare, and this violent combat style is highly entertaining. Viewers always find it more exciting and interesting. Unfortunately, the real Krolik escaped an accident 8 years ago, and it was her partner, another doll from the popular double top, who helped her escape. I usually fight to the death in the arena, but at this time I play a game of mutual help. Dolls are really disgusting. Despite being created by humans, they deliberately wanted to betray humanity. Never mind. Why am I saying this to you as a doll? Carl waved his hand with a sense of boredom. Recently, the group's economy has been sluggish. In order to stimulate the audience's enthusiasm for betting, Dad modified the replica, a K09, of Krolik. This replica faithfully reproduces Krolik's combat style to the greatest extent possible, even with a 1-to-1 correction of the strength of her sword swing. As expected, K09 is unbeatable in the underground arena and has won 22 consecutive games, accumulating a staggering amount of prize money. One of my purposes for bringing you here is this. I hope you can replace K09 and become the new champion of the arena. Do you understand that? What? What a stupid fucking reason. This is why I hate violence when that's not clear about it. It took a lot of effort for Len to restrain her urge to vomit. No, now is not the time to counterattack. If it were Commander or the Captain here, they would definitely tell me to not act impulsively. I need to calm down. It's hard for me to tell how much you're really listening to with your appearance. If you understand, repeat it. I understand now. My task is to help you eliminate the doll carefully crafted by your father. That's right. Carl nodded with satisfaction. That's the tone. Why does it sound strange? Is it the fact they're setting for being weird? Never mind, it's not important. As long as you use your shotgun to smash K09 into pieces, the audience will definitely go crazy for you, and you will become a brand new underground star, receiving widespread attention. and I will win the capital to negotiate with my father from now on, proving that I also have the ability to influence the family business, and proving that the person most qualified to operate my mother's cruise ship is me. How about it? Is it a genius win-win plan? Carl looked at Lynn, who had a expressionless face, looking somewhat disappointed. My father's also like this, either mocking me every day or ignoring my words. You should just talk. Doesn't matter if you're being sarcastic, it's too boring to keep doing this. For example, do you have any questions you want to ask me? Oh, just omit your unnecessary instructions and ask directly. You just said that asking me to kill K-09 is just one of your purposes, right? That means firepower is not the real reason for choosing me. Of course, if you just want to fight, it's easy to buy a tactical doll from the black market. But the arena is not a battlefield after all, it is essentially just a show, and the factors that can enhance the performance are more crucial than the factors of combat power. For example, pain sensation. Carl chuckled and knocked on the ULSD file on the table. You are a clinical trial subject with realistic senses, and your perception of pain is unparalleled by most other dolls, not to mention the existing contestants. Most of them are defective products discarded by their father during the production of the third generation dolls, and they do not even carry mature mental modules, making them pure waste. Although the beta virus also had the side effect of amplifying senses, it is only a mechanical reaction in their bodies, and the desired effect of comparative research is far from enough. So even pain can be used as a research topic? As long as the audience has the demand, there's nothing that cannot be done. Let me show you this. Anyway, we will also have a long-term cooperation in the future, so it's okay to let you know more about it. The screen content switches to a video recording of the laboratory. The poorly dressed lower-class residents were tied to wooden frames, and a group of experimenters dressed in white coats surrounded them. Experiment number GR0 tool puncture. I didn't read all of that. The experimenter raised the surgical knife and inserted it directly into the subject's arm and sprayed red instantly soaked the screen. The screams of the subjects echoed in the laboratory, while the experimenters lowered their heads to record the data, as if these scenes were just footnotes to the completion of the experiment. Experiment number GR00237, control group replication started. On the other hand, the subjects were replaced with dolls. The experimenters, wow, that sounds dirty. The experimenters inserted a surgical knife into the arm of the doll, once, twice, repeatedly, until they simulated pain similar to that of a human. What? Why? Why on earth would you do such a thing? Lynn felt her mind rapidly warming up. It just made her feel a little nauseous. Then this moment is a complete anger. The image of the test subject's dolls kept losing focus, splitting and reassembling before Lynn's eyes. The burning pain of the virus residue was awakened at the same time, wandering up and down in her body, and then gathering in her right arm. The surgical knife seemed to penetrate the screen and pierce her skin. It hurts so much. The last time I had this feeling, it was back then. Lynn closed her eyes uncomfortably. Memories flooded into the mind like a tide, and in those days and nights filled with the scent of medicine, all the pain and helplessness appeared extremely vivid at this moment. Presented in her memory are the dazzling shadow of this lamp, the cold operating table, the indifferent expressions of the experimenter, and herself tightly curled up and due to pain. She remembers some questions she used to think about frequently. What was my mood when I was selected as a test subject figure? At that time. Despair? Fear? Discontent? No, at that time I didn't even have the consciousness to think about these things. I even thought that pain was my own value. Just like the dolls in front of us, as well as the dolls in the arena, who are clearly seen as tools that can be manipulated by superiors, but take everything for granted. However, now I know this is not right. Someone has tried their best to tell me with the clear words and actions that this is not right. Many people emerged in Lynn's mind, including the commander, Kalina, Hellion, everyone from Frostfall, and many companions who had the privilege of walking through the journey. If I hadn't met everyone, I would still be trapped in this dilemma, existing as a member of that image. So this time, it's my turn to do this, too. At this moment, Carl's voice came and pulled Lynn back from her thinking to reality. Hey! You've been motionless for 3 minutes now. What's going on? Could it be that the virus acted too strongly and destroyed the mental module? That's so. I'll lose a lot now. A hurried knocking interrupted the conversation, and an anxious voice of a waiter came from outside the door. Master Carl, I just received a call from your father. It's best that you handle it as soon as possible. What? Carl's face instantly shrouded in a layer of gloom. He rushed towards the door in 3 steps and 2 steps, and opened the door. The waiter at the door was also startled by this fierce action. What did he say? Your father angrily said he was on his way back, so I'm a little worried. I don't know if the young master's actions have been discovered. Didn't he bring people to Lviv to prepare for the group's technology summit? Isn't that summit important? How could I come back? I'm not very sure about this either. Damn, every time I come over at the most critical moment and ruin it. My good things. Quickly take me to the deck and find a way to stop him. With a loud bang, Carl's conversation with the waiter gradually drifted away down the hallway, and Lynn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Huh. I was just thinking about how to get rid of the young master, but this call came just in time. Later, Lynn quickly connected to the doll interface and the console and began to formulate the next countermeasures. And yeah, it's probably Hellion. Fortunately, the virus data copied from the Villa machinery is still here. Since the rampage was caused by a virus, it should be possible to trigger a riot by directly implanting all the security equipment on board through the control panel. After the mechanical collective loses control, find the right moment and lead the dolls to evacuate together. Lynn looks at the clock circulating on the wall. Although there are still many variables based on the current situation, she can only take one step at a time. It's late to analyze the security program bit by bit. Let's forcibly break through. Alright. Where are you, Carl? You're getting the belt this time. Like Carl's dad just flying to the cruise ship with his belt off. He's just holding on to it. Like, where are you, useless boy? Huh. If only the captain and the others were here, it would be a bit troublesome to be alone. Fortunately, the virus has already started to overwrite, and with just a few more minutes, the ship's defense system can be completely paralyzed. During this period, perhaps we can find a specific location where the dolls are being detained. Let me see. Is the database over here? Ah, I found it. The internal structure diagram and the cabin. Is this an encrypted file next to it? I can't open it. Forget it. Whatever it is, copy it all back first before we talk. The clock on the wall has already walked the distance. The clattering sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor came from the hallway, and Carl's curses gradually approach from outside the door. So basically he's walking towards the door saying, fuck, shit, fuck, 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 shit, fuck. Useless guy, he's already making a fuss before anything happened. As a controller of the Nivalis, I command you to immediately advance the orders of my matches. But I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to worry about what opinions those people have behind may have. The competition must start immediately before my father comes back. Oh no, that car guy's coming back. Progress is still 3%, 2%. Lynn quickly typed on the keyboard, her eyes darting faster and faster between the screen and the door. Bastard, we just need a little more. But softly, the progress bar on the screen came to an end. Lena quickly closed the console, took a deep breath, and returned to her previous state. Carl angrily pushed open the door and scanned the room back and forth several times, but didn't notice anything unusual. Later, he turned his gaze to Lynn. You're awake, right? Protocol activation. Target recognition module loaded successfully. Seeing Lynn's downtime recover, Carl's restlessness only slightly calmed down. Old man, he already comes to disrupt my plans. I was planning to arrange some tactics, but now I don't have the time to do this. There have been some minor changes to the situation. Our competition order has been advanced. It'll be the next game. Coincidentally, the triggering time of the virus is also in sync with that time. Let's have fun playing with you. Without reading Lynn's thoughts, Carl took a deep breath and regained his confident smile. Let's go. It's time for us to appear. They're not hags, they're just women your age. The last bullet was slightly dodged by the red doll, and sparks flickered from the neck of the blue doll, but lost both arms and stumbled backwards. The red doll flew forward, swung its sword at the vital point of the blue doll, and delivered a fatal blow. The next second, the blue doll collapsed and was fiercely stepped on by the red doll. As the outcome of the battle was determined on the arena, the roar from the audience grew even more frenzied, and powerful voices echoed in the cabin. Execution! Execution! Target destruction command loaded successfully. Drink it! The red doll smashed her fist into the chest of the blue doll as something exerted force, pulling out the still glowing heart. The sound of the electronic components shattering and deafening screams echoed through the entire venue. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the red doll raised its heart high in the response, and then disappeared from behind the arena with a cold and indifferent figure. Or face, probably. Cold and different face. Captain, so the purpose of these humanoid figures, or purpose of these dolls being taken into the cruise ship, is to be thrown into this underground arena? I can't accept it. How could such an outrageous thing happen? And you're... Excuse me, hold on. Alright. I never imagined that the power of the doll arena would still exist. It seems that the crackdown at that time did not completely eradicate them. What does crackdown mean? Does it mean that such places have appeared before? Well, about 10 years ago, I heard that doll gladiatorial arenas had risen in the green zone for a period of time. At that time, it was so dominated by gangs and a series of illegal activities such as buying, selling, transforming, and smuggling. And smuggling targeting dolls were also common on the black market. But since StateSec launched the operation to eliminate doll arenas in 2067, this force has gradually declined, and the government has strengthened its control over the use of T-dolls. It seems that this force has resurged and spread to the green and yellow zones. So did those bad guys come back so blatantly back then? This is too cheap for them, isn't it? I'm not sure. It could be replaced by the Gerard group, or it could be that the two sides have reached an agreement on the distribution of benefits. But it's also almost certain that the dominant force in the arena has now become the larger Gerard group. The casino above. No, it should be said that this cruise ship exists for this underground arena. QJ looks towards the direction of the arena. On the arena, the staff are cleaning out the broken doll parts, and QJ's voice couldn't help but feel a little heavier. I don't know how many dolls have suffered the same pain here. We are fortunate to live under Griffin's protection, but we still do not have a deep understanding of the dark side of the social order. So, since this cruise ship has a membership system, the service targets are a group of wealthy, powerful, or financially privileged individuals, right? Maybe Gerard is also borrowing this place to earn some political chips. That's right. There must be many deep transactions behind this that we haven't noticed yet. Damn. I really want to expose all these bad guys now. Oh, why did the lights all of a sudden go out? Suddenly, the lights of the audience hall went out from outside to inside. A dazzling white light hit the host standing in front of the screen. Welcome to Novalis. Let our arena master K09 take a short break, and we will bring even more exciting performances later. We'd like to remind a VIP who want to guess the results of the next competition to go to the right side of the arena within 10 minutes and use your gold chips to bet. Yeah, no wonder we need gold chips to come down here. Turns out to be for this purpose. I'm sure many VIPs lost their dolls during the challenge arena tonight. Therefore, we have prepared a special discount policy. All VIPs who sign up to challenge K09 can try the latest GNL beta batch test product launched by the group and enjoy the highest discount tonight. The host clapped his hand and carefully crafted advertisement began to play on the big screen. Rows of specially modified dolls appear in the camera, ranging from household models to entertainment models, and different categories and appearances. The only similarity is that these dolls all have hollow eyes like K09. As you can see, the mental content of the GNL beta batch is blank, and the default beta program can make the doll fully comply with your instructions. This means that they will not complain, refuse, or betray, and you can customize them according to personal preference or needs, and let them be used as they please. Huh. Looks like we're finally bringing that back up, huh? So you guys can't see the whole thing because, I don't know. But it says, you can customize them according to personal preferences or needs, or let them be used as they please. Of course, household humanoid models will uniformly remove combat commands, so you can rest assured of the safety of the product. Okay, yeah, that is for sex. Oh, isn't there even a resistance movement? Oh, okay, so we're going with that too. Of course. Like, hey, they can still resist, right? I was like, well, of course they can still resist. For your pleasure. The host's voice gradually faded, and waves of strange cheers immediately came from the audience. Strange cheers came from the audience. Some even began to plan out how to make the most of everything. Wow, okay, so they're really laying on thick this time. So in Ghost Frontline 1, they passively mentioned that this happens. This is the first time that you just said, yeah, dolls are used for sex. And even the wildest of sex, if you know what I mean. Unpleasant discussions filtered through the noisy air and fell into the ears of QJ and Cheetah. Oh my god, are these guys perverts? I can't take it anymore. Captain, can I rush him and teach him a lesson? Calm down first, Cheetah. We haven't found Lind yet. Oh wow, so it's canon now? It's always been canon? Like I said, this was mentioned in Ghost Frontline 1. But this is the first time that where they have basically straight up said, yes, dolls are used for sex. Like, they straight up say it. And the conversation just now was not completely fruitless. At least we understand why the dolls in the arena look a bit strange, and it turns out they have been controlled by a virus. We need to be prepared for Lynn to also be controlled by that virus. When was it in one? It was during the Isomer event. Chapter 11, actually. So it's like a precursor to the Isomer event. It's when RO and it was when RO and Softball were talking about it. They encountered a very expensive doll that was able to shapeshift into whatever the customer wanted, and RO stated that dolls like these were used for entertainment purposes. The spotlight is turned on again, illuminating the clean central area. Alright, after a brief halftime break, we finally have the long-awaited match time. Due to the next challenger using hot weapons, all VIPs are requested to stand outside the cordon to prevent accidental injury from stray bullets. A light red bulletproof glass wall has risen at the edge of the venue, separating the arena from the audience. Next, let's invite the champion and challenger to take the stage. Accompanied by the cheers of the audience, a red figure slowly walked out, facing the spotlight on the left. It's K09 holding up a long... Why do they keep calling it a long knife? It's just a sword. I'm just gonna say sword, because I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to translate to. Hold out a sword. Later, a strong light hit at the arena on the right, illuminating the familiar shotgun of a purple doll. Huh. Captain, it's Lynn. Cheetah, immediately try to connect the lens communication. If it's this distance, you should be able to connect to the team channel. The communication was connected, but Lynn on stage looked blank and did not make any response. What do we do, Captain? Lynn seems to have been really controlled by that virus. There's nothing we can do. We'll have to find an opportunity, and I'll contact Tololo to prepare for the reception. He did prepare for support. Prioritize ensuring Lynn's safety. Captain, there's still no response from Lynn's communication. Not good, the opponent's about to attack. Cheetah, pay attention to your opponent's movements. Once Lynn is in danger, we will immediately provide support. These are the same abilities. Yeah, I was wondering if there was anything different, but no, these are the same abilities that she usually has. Anyway, get ran over. Lynn is still faking as far as we know. Hot shotgun shells hit the bottom of the arena, bouncing back to the bulletproof glass around them, causing ripples. Witnessing Lin's unsuccessful strike, K09 quickly twisted the blade from chopping to stabbing and head straight towards Lin's chest. Lin dodged diagonally to the back, barely able to avoid the blow. The tip of the sword grazed her arm, leaving a dark red scar. It hurts so much. Fortunately, the material of the tactical suit isn't tough enough to only scratch the surface, almost leaving my arm exposed here. K09's movements were somewhat stunned, as they did not take into account the opponent's ability to avoid a fatal blow. She quickly changed her posture, twisted the blade, and launched the next round of attacks. Lin kept moving under her feet, dodging several waves of attacks, one after another, and then pulled her body apart, ready to continue the battle. Why is this girl so fast? Is she a rabbit? From the moment she stepped into the arena, she was crazily suppressed and couldn't find a chance to counterattack. Even the effect of the beta virus was too terrifying. Staring closely at every move of K09, Lin adjusted her disordered breathing, lowered her weight, and pressed her finger on the trigger. Don't worry, Cap and the others are in the audience. Just delay until the mechanical rampage is over. When she rushes over again next time and fires, she should be able to catch the loophole. Some of her saying drink it. What's that supposed to translate to? I'm just going to translate it to fuck you. Fuck you! Right now. Seeing the gap where K09 raised her sword and pounced, Lin decisively pulled the trigger. Then shotgun shells shot out from the muzzle and collided with K09's blade, producing a crisp metallic impact sound. Despite K09 dodging at astonishing speed, one bullet still pierced her shoulder. Unexpectedly, K09 ignored the trauma on her shoulder, and the blade wrapped in the wind slashed towards Lin's head. Lin quickly rolled to her side, barely avoiding the blow. No wonder Carl said he wants to prove the sensory effects of the beta virus. This guy is such less sensitive. This girl is such less sensitive to pain than me. Isn't that unfair? There's no other way. We can only suppress the firepower. Let's wait until you go out. You go out to help repair your frame. Lin took a deep breath to output with all her might. The dense barrage instantly covered the road in front of her. K09 slightly torn sideways, deftly dodging the bullets one by one, and then gripped the handle of the sword with her right hand in reverse, charging towards Lin's direction. Judging that the distance has reached the firing range, Lin turned to focus on the lower plate of K09. Huh? The right leg responsible for supporting the frame was attacked, causing K09 to suddenly lose balance. Lin leaped and pressed on the imbalanced K09 tightly to the ground with her elbow, with the pitch black muzzle pressing against her head. I guess we can't move around this time. And at this moment, K09 erupted with astonishing power. With the back of the sword raising upwards, she opened the shotgun hanging on her head. She then exerted force to her right leg and a knee strike unexpectedly at Lin's chest. Don't vomit. Severe pain came from her chest, and Lynn stumbled backwards, breathing rapidly. Damn it, it hurts so much that I can't see clearly. Despite her blurred vision, Lynn still tried her best to stabilize her body and fire continuously in the direction of Cave-09. Soon, the AA-12 in hand came with the click of an empty warehouse hanging up. That's a weird personification, or metaphor. But she lost ammo. Cave-09 dodged in front of Lynn and raised her sword high in her hand. Lynn! In that second, Cave-09's hand suddenly stopped in midair without warning. The lights above flickered and turned, and the bulletproof glass walls surrounding the arena also descended, plunging the entire venue into strained silence. Immediately afterwards, low mechanical sounds came from all directions. Cheetah, right now, support Lynn. Flashing tongues of fire spewed from the two guns, and the bullets crossed and lighted at Cave-09's feet, forcing her back to the corner. As if receiving a signal, all the machines in the field launched indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding targets, and the arms shouted and scattered in all directions. Amidst the chaos, Lynn's voice came from both QJ and Cheetah's communication devices. In the end, luck was still on our side. Oh, Lynn, so you weren't controlled by that virus? Great, I really thought Lynn was going to be ruined just now. It's really over. It's all your crow's mouth fault. I don't know what that means. Lynn stood up, patted the dust on her body, and deftly switched to a new drum. She climbed over the railing of the arena and returned to the Frostfall squad that had been waiting for her. Welcome back to the team. QJ and Cheetah exchanged a smile, turned around together, and formed a defensive formation in tacit agreement. Where did Tololo go? What's about the details in the way? We need to leave this place according to the scheduled route now. The faster the better. The elevator is no longer in use and needs to activate the backup route. That is, crossing the rear audience seat and evacuating from the transport channel to the deck. Cheetah, prepare to retreat. No problem, Captain. Cheetah takes out a flash ball from her waist bag and opens the safety and lands it hard to the ground. The flash ball is coming. The venue was covered in overwhelming white light, and Cave-09 had to reach out and cover her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Cave-09 could only capture the backs of the three of them as they finally entered the audience. Automatic loading. Pursuit command. Target recognition successful. Following the direction of the three dolls' departure, Cave-09 stood up again and launched a pursuit. So, that young master put in effort to bring you here just to have you help him with the game? Cheetah's surprised voice spread throughout the entire hall, and the security team that came upon hearing the sound was suppressed behind a pillar by firepower. Lynn raises her gun and shoots while throwing a slightly helpless expression at Cheetah. We're still in the process of escaping. Can't you keep your voice down? What the master did was too unreliable. If I have to say it, it's not just because of this, but there's no time for this to explain now. Cheetah, please cover for me. I have more important things to tell the captain. No problem. It's finally my turn to protect Lynn. Cheetah made an okay gesture and stood at the forefront of the line, while Tololo's communication came at the same time. Report to Captain. Move towards the fork in the front towards the right, and you will be able to see the passage for the boarding the deck. For boarding the deck. Understood. Lynn, can we discuss something after we go up? Sorry, Captain. After all, to some extent, this can be considered as the last chance. Lynn took a deep breath and looked at the fork of the road ahead. I found a specific location where the dolls controlled by the arena were detained in the cruise control room by connecting the doll data interface. I want to take them with me. What? Where are those dolls locked up? Port D3 area. Delolo immediately deduced the feasibility of changing the route. Received. In less than a minute, Delolo gave a response. Hold on. The D3 area is located on the left side of the fork in the front, opposite to the direction at the exit, and security forces of the cruise ship are gradually surrounding you with a high level of danger assessment. If your ride support speed is faster than ours, the situation will be even worse. Captain, what should we do? QJ didn't reply, just tapping the communicator terminal with her index finger. Lynn, although I know you should be prepared, I still want to emphasize it again. We may not be able to determine the completion result of tasks, nor can we guarantee the safety of everyone. Even so, do you still want to do this? Yes. Relying solely on my own strength is not enough, so I need the help of the captain, as well as Cheetah, Delolo, and everyone in the Frostfall team. You rarely say such things. After a brief silence, QJ looked straight into Lynn's eyes as if she had made up her mind. Oh, I see. Frostfall's team's percentage has changed. We go to the D3 area on the port side to rescue the trapped dolls. Lynn blinked in surprise and looked at the captain, who has always been cautious in her mind. This time, QJ readily agreed to her request without any further inquiry. In QJ's eyes, Lynn found a trust that she needed no words. Oh? Are we going to be the great hero who saves the dolls? Great. Oh, I was just about to do that. Delolo, help us redefine a route and try to avoid the security forces on board. Understood. Lynn, how many dolls are there? According to data from the control room, there are about 170 of them. That's a lot. What's more troublesome is that their mental space has been destroyed by the beta virus. They may not be able to obey our commands anymore. So many, and you still don't listen? You still want to save them? What should we do? We can't move the dolls back one by one. Even if it could be moved to a helicopter, not only would the captain not be able to accommodate such a large number, but time will also be tight. QJ opened the terminal and pondered deeply over the structural diagram. The dolls are all located at the stern of the ship. If the enemy can be isolated in the middle of the cruise ship, it should greatly prolong the operation time. Cheetah leaned over QJ, tilted her head to look, and then pointed to the red area in the middle of the rear of the cruise ship. Captain, let's just detonate the central fuel tank here and split the cruise ship into two sections, okay? This way, the part where the dolls is located from can also be separated. Blow up the cruise ship in half? Do we even have the weapons with that to shut the power? Have you forgotten what this genius is? Cheetah climbed up a round ball of from somewhere and toss it in her hand with a slight glint in her eyes. Remote control bombs are here. Finally, it can be put to good use. Captain, give the order quickly. That rabbit-eared doll is chasing us. Looking at the rapidly approaching red doll, QJ's gaze froze, and she quickly assessed the feasibility of the task before making a decision. Cheetah, you go to the central fuel room and set up the explosives. Pay attention to ignition timing and wait until Lynn and I arrive before taking action. Understood. Little immediately contact Helia and ask her to dispatch other support teams to take over the stern of the ship carrying dolls after this ship splits. Received. Linda and I will stay here, attracting the enemy to the other side of the ship and buying time for Cheetah, Tololo, and the support team to arrive. Creating chaos should be considered Cheetah's strength, right? But, forget it. It's nice to do it myself sometimes. Lynn loaded the AA-12 drum and locked the target on K-09, who was chasing after her with great strides, and pulled the trigger hard. A shotgun shot out, instantly blasting a huge gap in the intricately carved marble, causing the pillar to collapse with a deafening roar. This is basically the latest event. So this should be the latest in the timeline. It's already confirmed to happen after Deep Oblivion. The passage was cut off by fragments of stone pillars, and in the flying dust, K-09 was forced to stop. Aren't you very good at running? Come and chase us. She speed ran so fast that she didn't kill all the enemies. QJ and Lind used the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare, blocking the pursuers led by K-09 on a B1 level, and boarding the deck at the scheduled time. How many months did they give until AA-12 comes out? You mean in global? Probably a year. Unless they decide to bring her out of order. But considering the placement of her story, it shouldn't be. They can't do it until after Leva and Rebella. Should almost be time. Have Cheetah and Tololo been okay yet? The plan is progressing smoothly, and the support team is already in place. We are now moving towards the designated location. The two then ran towards the middle of the cruise ship, where Cheetah was jumping and waving at them. In terms of banners, we're 9 months behind. I'm here. This time, I'm faster than the captain and Lynn. Aren't you going to praise me? Slow, lower the flight altitude and prepare to receive. QJ pulls Cheetah behind her and looks up diagonally upwards. The helicopter piloted by Tololo is diving towards the 3 people. The helicopter rapidly hovered in mid-air, and the rolling propeller waves stirred the layers of waves of the sea surface. The cabin door opens and Tololo, leaning against the cabin, peeks out and accurately throws the ladder in front of 3 people. Come up! At this moment, with a loud bang, KO-09 suddenly rushed out from under the deck, with angry red flames flashing in her eyes. KO-09 tightly gripped the long sword in her hand and flew towards the direction of the 3 dolls. Right now, Cheetah, detonate the bomb. It's just right. Cheetah pressed the controller in response, and the bomb instantly detonated in the central fuel tank. The soaring flames dyed the night sky with a faint red. The cruise ship was interrupted in two by violent shaking, with shattered fragments scattering and splashing, trembling and tilting towards the sea level on both sides. The primitive body of K-09 was thrown away by a powerful shockwave and fell heavily onto the deck on the stern side of the ship, while the Frostfall squad took the opportunity to jump onto the hanging ladder. The helicopter quickly climbed up and hovered high into the night sky. Success has been achieved. With the help of the flames on the deck, Lynn saw the support team sent by Hellion piloting a tugboat, pulling the stern of the ship, carrying dolls away from the cruise ship. I've seen that those dolls and K-09 has already been rescued. It's even smoother than expected. Fortunately, our support speed is faster than Gerard's, but we cannot take it lightly. Tololo, activate the anti-surveillance system. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Understood. Task completed. Ready to return. Tololo pressed the console button, and the helicopter flashed a few times in the night sky, unfolding a holographic projection. After a few seconds, the helicopter gradually merged into the dark, starry sky and disappeared into the night before dawn. At the same time, on the other side of the cruise ship, a destitute figure struggled to get up and frantically pounded the tightly locked door. I totally forgot about you. I'm not gonna lie. Damn! Carl tightly gripped the communicator, his fingers turning white from excessive force due to blood loss. The door panel made a muffled sound under his constant impact. Father, can you hear me? The cruise ship left by Mother is about to sink. I know you must have a solution. Please save this cruise ship. This is the only inheritance left by my mother. Carl shouted in despair, but there was only a rustling noise on the communicator's end. Just as he thought there would be no more response, the person suddenly spoke quietly. Father, is that you? Thank goodness, you finally heard it. You're here to save this cruise ship, right? If I were you, I would first find a way to escape from this room, instead of crying and calling a cruise ship when you're almost dead.
It's just a tool for making money. Is it that important? Whether this thing is destroyed or torn apart, once it loses its usable value, it doesn't matter what happens. Only you would be so concerned about what the dead leave behind. No, I won't do it. This is my mother's inheritance. How could you not care at all? Moreover, I am still on the cruise ship. I am your son, and you will not give up on us like this. Give up? Like, give up? My biggest mistake was not giving up on you, even though I knew Celia had turned you into a useless person, and giving you time and time again to the opportunity to prove yourself. Including this time. What do you mean? Are you saying you already knew about my plan? When? With your authority on the cruise ship, do you think you can confidently enter the control room? It has been proven that not letting you in is indeed the right thing to do. Just letting you make the decision once, you made a huge mess. Not only were they played around by those PMC dolls, now even over 170 dolls from the arena have fallen into their hands. What qualifications do you have to negotiate demands with me? You are the one who buried this cruise ship with your own hands. Your cause verdict was like a cold blade, piercing through Carl's heart. Carl clenched his communicator and muttered to himself unwittingly. No, it's not over yet. I can still remotely detonate those dolls. I can destroy the body and leave no trace. There's still room for turning things around. Now I can be completely certain that your brain is not even as good as those dolls. Those remotely controlled servers were destroyed by the helicopter they were piloting before leaving. This time, you have really caused me big trouble. What? Realizing that the situation was irreparable, Carl couldn't help but fall onto the ground in despair. It's not my fault. It's because I didn't get the complete beta virus that allowed those damn dolls to take advantage of the situation. It's not my fault. If given another chance. Opportunity. Do you still want a chance? The group has been struggling to cope with the tight pressure of the law recently, and the chairman is already in a state of distress. Didn't you know? You don't have a chance to cause such a thing at this critical moment. Carl opened his mouth dryly and looked at the door that could never be opened again. He couldn't even find a rebuttal. When you were a child, you would only treat high-end parts as toys and play around. No matter how useful something is in your hands, it's as funny as giving a monkey a surgical knife. So many years have passed, and you're still the same as when Celia was here, without any progress. Not to mention being my successor. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a stumbling block that hinders me. So, once it loses its value, it doesn't matter what happens. That also includes me, right? If you could be as smart as you are now every time, you wouldn't even have come to where you are today. A light sentence from Yakar's mouth, however, pulled Carl's heart deep into the valley. In Carl's memory, this seemed to be the first time his father praised him for being smart. But it seems to be the last time. No. You're my father. You wouldn't do this. Right? Tell me, quickly. You wouldn't do this, would you? At the end of the day, everything I've done is just to get your approval. Ever since my mother passed away, I've been working hard.
Don't mention your mother anymore.
Yakov was furious, and his pent-up resentment was finally revealed at this moment.
If it weren't for your mother being a member, if it weren't for her being a member of the Urlog Foundation, how could I have been with such a stupid woman? I don't know if the money I earn is in my own hands. I only know how to make some boring toys and donate them to charitable foundations. Accusing me of obtaining doll technology from 16 Lab and exposing our secrets to the public. Oh, slow drop there. So she died. She should have died long ago. Even after she died, she still left you as a curse, living under her shadow all this time. You're just as damned as her.
What? That means my mother actually died by your hands? The porthole collapsed suddenly under the impact of the explosion, and broken glass poured down like a rainstorm. The communicator fell to the ground, making a harsh error alarm. Carl shouted at the communicator that no longer echoed, and the scorching flames engulfed his final roar. You destroyed the spark left by your mother. Oh wait. You destroyed the spark left by my mother. I think that's supposed to say. To literally, hey, fuck this. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. 100% that's fucked up. Bribery records of government officials, transactions accounts of illegal individuals, data tampering records of cruise ship pollution emissions. The crimes committed by the Girard Group are really not that simple. The Frostfall squad couldn't help but exclaim as they flipped through the data that Lynn had copied back from the control room. Here's a partial breakdown of the income and expenses of the Novalis. Let me take a look. Wow, isn't this too scary? Any daily income is enough to cover our team's monthly activity expenses. As we guessed, the proportion of entertainment revenue is negligible, and the vast majority still comes from illegal transactions in doll arenas. Well, it can be fully confirmed that the actual controller behind this arena is a Girard Group. They can make huge profits from the black market, and also take advantage of this opportunity to repeatedly exploit their so-called defective products, which is a profitable deal for them. The beta virus was probably developed based on this demand, and has been the result of long-term experiments on dolls in the arena. Oh, speaking of which, should Lynn check her body now? If the virus still lingers in her mind, that's not good. Don't worry, I'm not weak enough to be controlled by a semi-finished product. What's strange to me is that this thing was probably developed for the Girard doll, so why does it have an effect on IOT dolls? Is Lynn suspecting that the Girard Group has stolen 16 Labs doll technology? Lynn nodded. Unlike regular programs, the writing logic and location of this virus clearly requires highly similar underlying code to achieve. But if even the underlying code is similar, then it's not much different from plagiarism, right? Huh.
I didn't even think about plagiarism. That being a natural law. Like, yeah, okay. That makes sense. If that's really the case, we can obtain data samples from the dolls rescued from the arena to prove that plagiarism behavior of the Gerard group, and then use them to make them, pay the price. You're right. It's not just about technology death. Relying solely on the evidence above is enough to bring the Gerard group to court. I'll contact Hellion now and verify this matter as soon as I return. I believe this content can also provide some help to the commander and Kalina to some extent. QJ opens Hellion's communication window and begins transmitting the obtained intelligence. After receiving Hellion's reply, QJ's expression also eased a lot. There is good news. Through connections, Hellion found a neutral organization willing to take over these these arena dolls and assist them in clearing the remaining beta virus in their mental space. Really? That's great. So they can completely break free from the Gerard's control. Not only that, this organization will also provide necessary psychological counseling and life support to help people reintegrate into human society. In this way, while solving the Gerard hazard, it also provides a new beginning for these victims. Huh. Doll therapy. Okay. Len, you did great this time. Len didn't answer, just leaned silently against the bulkhead. The burning sensation of the virus invasion still lingers in her mind, and a sense of post-disaster melancholy tightly surrounds her. Len looked uncontrollably at her trembling fingertips. I'm sorry. Eh? Len, the captain is complimenting you. Why are you apologizing? This incident was originally caused by my independent behavior, right? Even in the last minute, I'm still changing the plan without authorization. If the team really encounters danger, then I... Len suddenly swallowed the remaining words. The three of them fixed their gaze for a moment, and then coincidentally approached Len. Now, is Len caring about us? Hey, look, everyone is doing well. I think the purpose of the existence of a team is to support, understand, and encourage each other. Moreover, judging from the results, Len's decision is also without issue. Well, both Cheetah and Tlilo are right. I understand the emotions behind Len's every action, the unwillingness to revive Griffin, the anger to rescue her doll companions, and the pain to drag down her teammates. In fact, we are all the same. The same? You're right. Oh, that's right. QJ gently pats Len's shoulder, revealing a gentle smile. As members of the Frostfall squad, our goal is the same, only in different positions and angles. At the end of the day, I also have a part of the responsibility. I am too lax in communicating everyone's thoughts, which makes you feel like you need to take on these things alone. So don't blame yourself anymore. Just relax a little. Len looked up slightly, with a hint of gratitude flashing in her eyes. QJ noticed the wound on Len's arm that was cut by K-09. Diamond dolls. Come on, I'll help you treat the wound. QJ skillfully took out the repair tool and gently touched the wound on her arm. The pain from the wound made Len unable to help but furrow her brow.
Oh, why hasn't Lynn turned off the pain module yet? The wound is very painful to treat. Actually, my primitive body cannot turn off the pain module at all. What? Isn't that why you've been holding back every battle before? Lynn fell silent for a moment and nodded. It's not really hard to endure. After all, I'm already used to it. I was a participant in a clinical project before. Carl brought me here, partly because of this. What? Speaking of this experience that she didn't want to mention, Lynn didn't feel nauseous or embarrassed as expected. She felt a little relieved instead. My earliest memories of this world are only the Cold Research Institute and daily experiments. In order to meet the experimental requirements, my voxel has undergone some special settings. Voxel. The pain module that cannot be turned off is one of them. Isn't it inconvenient in battle and life? Why don't we go back and apply to Hellion this time, and help you find a way to replace the original body? Lynn shook her head. When I first arrived at Griffin, Researcher Griffin, or maybe a researcher, also asked me the same question. He said that human senses can affect combat efficiency and suggested that I switch to a more convenient... I probably means frame. It's a more convenient frame. But I refused. Isn't it a great opportunity? Why refuse? I didn't know why at the time. I just instantly wanted to shake my head. Even the name is the same. Actually, I should also strongly reject the name Lind. It was the initial code name given to me by the lab, carrying a painful past. But when I could change my name, I still chose this one. At the time, I didn't understand why I was so persistent. Now, I seem to be gradually beginning to understand. Lind looked at her companions. At that time, I still believed that as an experimental subject, the pain was the value I left behind. To deny this pain is to deny the entire past life and the meaning of existence so far. It was during these days in Griffin that I gradually understood the true value of being human. It is also the bond with everyone that makes me understand that even with the pain of the past, I can still take big steps forward and fight to protect others. Looking straight into the past is the beginning of a self-identity, right? Lind. So, I won't change the story, I won't change the body, nor will I change the name. It was the Phosphor Squad that truly made me feel a sense of belonging and understood the meaning of my existence. Thank you all. A can of orange juice sticks to Lind's cheek. Lind turned around and Cheetah was baring her tiger teeth, shaking the hidden snack bag at her. Oh, come on, Lind, don't be so heavy. The Phosphor Squad was originally a home for the four of us, and none of us could be missing. Isn't that all natural? Not only can Lind be without us, but we also can't be without Lind. That's right. It's precisely because of Lind that the Phosphor team can receive more and more difficult missions. Whether in the past, present, or future, we can always fight side by side. Yep. To celebrate the successful victory of the Phosphor team, we will have a celebration party after returning to the base this time. Correction, it is a retrospective meeting to celebrate the resolution of the crisis. Fortunately, the golden chips brought by the captain and Cheetah can be sold for some price.
Well, not only did I successfully solve the financial crisis, but I also developed a promising plan. With Little's observation ability, Cheetah's prop support ability, Blaze's combat ability, and my strategic planning, we had demonstrated extraordinarily talent in rescuing the hostages and can undertake more similar tasks in the future. I believe that we will soon be able to establish a reputation of the Frostfall Squad. The communication terminal rang, and after seeing the name jumping on it, a smile appeared on QJ's face. It's Hellion. Let's all connect together. The 4 members of the Frostfall smiled at each other and simultaneously pressed the answer button with both hands. The helicopter passes through the last layer of radiation clouds, and the morning sun pours on everyone's face. This is the Frostfall Squad. Task completed. On the way home. Alright. So no BS, no anything like that. No hidden cutscene. That seemed to have established another villain to look at. Also, K09 is still alive. She got captured, so that'll be interesting. Maybe they'll do something about that. What else is there? Yeah, they've been pulling in PNC quite a bit for multiple characters, actually. What else was there? There's not really. Also, I guess the $170 is going to be an interesting thing. Is there anything that's going to be that's going to come out of that? That's one question too. Yeah, it's a nice character event. I'd say this is another dark story. Not as dark as Nikita's, but pretty dark. Also got confirmation that doll sex does indeed happen, and humans totally take advantage of that. Although that's always been a thing, it is nice that we got a loud and clear confirmation with no ands, ifs, or buts about it. Such a kind of an SAE12 plan. That'll happen when it comes over to English, so a year from now. 10 years of Reed, yeah. Hey, sex and womb force is 2 completely different things, so don't get too excited. How to get on CN server? You gotta give your information to the CCP. So if you want to do that, you can basically look up what you need to do. Yeah, I don't know how they pick dolls, honestly. I know popularity is one of them, but Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward story. It's honestly really good. To be completely honest, they haven't thrown out bangers lately on a CN server. Like, there's been a lot of hits for the most part. I don't recall any misses recently, and this is just another one added on there. Like, ever since Nikita, I would say. Well, even before Nikita, there's just been hits. No misses. I think the only bad thing about this event is that the main villain, which is the sun, I guess he was purposefully undercooked, but I think he was still unsatisfying. I can see what they were trying to do. They wanted to make him sympathetic enough to win that, well, he was basically killed off by his dad, that you were supposed to feel bad about him. But I honestly didn't really care that much. He either needed more time or he needed more to be more compelling. Right into the groove, yeah. Did that one village want to run a train on the Priestess Nido? Yes. But as Intrinsic said, the high-ranking Nidos, well, actually, I say all the Nidos, they still have human parts, and the high-ranking ones are basically like 90% human. So they can probably still get pregnant too. It hasn't really been anything that goes against that. I agree. Yeah, there hasn't really been like the main guy, right? Like I guess it's that senator. Our politician. So maybe that, yeah. He also have babies? No, I'm talking about Nidos. Yeah, I think it's really just a politician. So you're saying there's a chance with Dandelion? Yeah. Maybe actually. I would say there's a possibility, yeah. But I can't say definitively yes or no because I would say Nemogen, which is the body that Dandelion is using, it may have been more modified than say Mordo and Moklian, because Mordo and Moklian are basically like 95% human, and Nemogen might be leaning more towards like 50% human, you know. That is true, actually. She would totally just, like, show up in lingerie as a dinner gate. Just to fuck with the commander. Can Tito do drugs like Breaking Bad? They need the module for it. I like how out of everything we talked about, everyone just wants to talk about porn. It's like yeah, dark story, and then everyone is like, so we can have sex. The sex is canon now. Do they have wombs now too? And I love the Ghost Online community. You guys have your priorities straight. Whenever game first Icaria, I don't know. But alright, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. Yeah. I'm glad I was able to get through this, even though I was getting pretty congested in the middle of that. Don't do it, Florence. She will give you the womb force. That's true. But yeah. Hopefully by Tuesday I'll be completely cleared up and I won't sound like I'm getting waterboarded the entire time. It's weird though, why would you why want to fuck dolls more than humans? Can just do clone at this point? Dolls don't get diseases. Dolls don't get tired. You can control how dolls are, and dolls are property. There's a lot of reasons why, and I think those are just the top 4. But alright, with that, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. You guys take care. See y'all on Tuesday, hopefully.